Hey y'all, how are you? Sally Mae, how are you tonight? Hey Musical, how are you? Rigger Bob, how are you? Hey Riddler, Big Al, you doing alright tonight? Casey, anytime you want to come up, you are more than welcome. There's nothing to be anxious about. Hey, Hoping for Answers, how are you? Yeah, I gotta cut my fans down. Can y'all hear my fans on my computer going? Hey JJ. Hey Teresa, how are you? Freya, how are you? Hey No Way, how are you tonight? Okay, you can hear them a little bit. All right, let me cut them down then. Give me just a second. Teresa, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, I'm gonna cut them down because they're right next to my mic. So give me just a second. All right. Hey, Julie, how are you? Okay. Email is pinned to the top of the chat. Avani, how are you? Okay. Yeah, Freya, I just cut them down because they're super loud for me, but I didn't know how they were on the mic. Yeah, I can slow the chat down. Give me just a second. All right. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? All right. If y'all need me to slow it down any more than that, mod, y'all just let me know. See, what's the rule in going live on a channel? What do you mean, Big Al? Other than everybody hit the thumbs up? Let's see, I promise I will love y'all. Vanderbilt, say in the UK. Yeah, Casey, it was the ones on my computer. I will ask later if I come up too much to type. Okay. Well, I'm going to be dropping the link here in just a second. Anybody who wants to come up is more than welcome to. Hey, Tech Death, how are you? The first name. Thank you. No way. I appreciate that. H Town, how are you? Sally, I don't think Big Al is forcing his opinion on anybody. Hey, Tracy, how are you? Evie, how are you? And Sally, everybody here they have a right to their own opinion, and just because others doesn't agree with it doesn't mean that they're trying to force their opinion on people. Everybody can have their own opinion here without having to worry about being bashed for it. Hey, Sunset Gazing, how are you? Casey, that is exactly right. Sally, I actually was reading the chat. I didn't see him bashing you for anything. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Somebody not going to have so much of their opinion down his throat and force me to agree with his words. Yeah, Sally, I read it, but he's not bashing you. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Hey, Sandra, how are you? A daylight, you are very welcome. Hey, Chair K, how are you? Sandra, I'm doing good, thank you. Andrew, how are you? Okay, so how about we just all agree to disagree? How about that? Yes, and Casey is right. Everyone's thoughts and opinions are welcome here. I don't see anybody bashing anyone else. He just stated that he wasn't going to have someone else's opinion that he doesn't agree with forced down his throat. That was it. Hold on one second. I'm trying to find an article that was put out today. Hey, Jason, North Carolina, how are you? Gigi, how are you? Is the smoke up in New York City, is it still as bad as it was yesterday? I haven't seen anything on the news about it today. Uh, Stupid Heart is on my chat now. What what heart, Big Al? But King Scarlet, like in California, is it as bad as what they were showing it was in New York City yesterday? Gigi, I'm doing good, thank you. The L'Oreal chocolate. Oh, the shit. What are they called? The lab reactions. Not all the time, but it gets bad in summertime. Okay. Yeah, Big Al. I still don't have them. I don't know if it's just YouTube didn't want to give them to me or what. I don't have them. Let's see. My online friend in New York City said that his asthma is so bad she physically can't leave her apartment. Casey, I was watching a thing yesterday, and they were talking about like younger kids, older people, people with asthma, and women who are pregnant that they did not need to go out in it, and if they had to, they really needed to put a mask on. So hopefully it'll start clearing up soon. It's right here in Michigan. It's supposed to be really bad tomorrow. Oh wow. A carpenter, your friend in a new residential building, you have people with asthma struggling. Oh, Jason, that's a shame. Hopefully, it'll clear up for all of y'all. I've seen where, like, the southern part along the Gulf Coast of Louisiana, over into Texas, they had the air quality alerts going last night. And then, like, around Dallas had them as well. But I don't know if it's from the smoke because they were saying, like, all the way over, people in Texas were getting some of the smoke from up there. Okay, I'm trying to find an article that I should have saved today when I first came across it, and I didn't. I guess I'll just have to try to find it later. See the smoke from here. Andrew, are you down in New Zealand? Jason, I know the pictures that they were showing. I think it was either yesterday or the day before that of the George Washington Bridge and just the skyline of New York City. Like it was just all orange. You couldn't see any of the buildings. Let me see if this is the one. I was trying to find the article that I saw today about Bryan Kohberger being at the book reading. That's literally what I woke up to today was everybody was talking about that. And it means to keep people covering their face and just stay home. Well, they came to New Zealand. Okay, I can't find the one that I saw today. I'm just gonna go ahead and open up the panel. Anybody who wants to come up is more than welcome to. Casey, like I said, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to as well. Nothing to be anxious about. I seen the satellite loop on I think it was Twitter where they were talking about all the fires starting at the same time. Hey Tony, how are you? Aurora Rain, how are you? Tim in Niagara Falls, Buffalo, everyone talking about it, but I don't see it. Rigger Bob says the fires were set on purpose. Rigger Bob, I've seen a lot of people that was on Twitter talking about it that they think that they were set on purpose. How are you?
Hey, something definitely looks funky when you look at the radar loop or the
Yeah,
satellite loop. It doesn't
because
make sense.
they like the one that I seen. They back it up. They like back it up and forward, and it shows like all the smoke coming up at the different places at the same time.
Yeah, there's like 16 fires all starting almost at the exact same time.
Yeah, seems kind of
And they've been
weird.
asking all day up in Canada at press conferences and different emergency meetings, why won't you address this? And they just ignore it, like they never even asked the question. It's
Oh wow,
wild.
that
That's
is
really
crazy.
really weird.
Hey Jan, how are you?
They can't
Uh,
blame it on lightning because there were no storms.
right. Did you see in Riddler? How are you?
Hey Riddler,
Doing fine. How you doing, Al?
doing all
Scarlet?
right, brother.
I'm doing good. Did y'all see where the video? I think it might have been on Twitter too that I seen it, where the lightning struck the oil tank down in Lake Charles,
I
and they,
heard something about that. I read a story about it. I didn't see the video.
yeah, there's a video, and it shows there's a camera that it's, I guess, maybe zoomed in on the tank when the lightning hits it, and they show it in slow motion of the tank just exploding.
Whoa!
It was crazy. Lady V, how are you?
Did you
Hello,
hear,
I'm good.
did you hear an alien landed in someone's backyard in Las
Las
Vegas?
Vegas, yes. And then there was a video that the cop was, he actually had someone pulled over on the side of the road and his body cam called it.
I
They're
would love
claiming the
to see
UFO
that.
falling out of the sky.
Sure looked like a
Do you
shooting
have
star to
that?
me.
Do you have
It's
it?
all over Twitter, Lady V.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
it's all over Twitter. I would have to see if I can find it in a minute. But it literally is just the body cam footage for a few seconds and it shows some blue light going through the sky
Mm.
and the cop sees it and starts pointing it out, and then all of a sudden 911's getting all these calls saying that there's aliens with big eyes in people's
Ten
backyards
foot,
and
ten
all
foot tall
that.
aliens with big
Oh my
eyes, and
God. What are we going to do if it actually happens one of these days and we don't believe them?
well,
Jason, North Carolina, yes, we are serious. It
yeah,
is on
that's for
Twitter.
real. It's all over the news.
Okay,
Well,
I
I
gotta
should
see
say
it.
that it's all over Twitter. It's not
Yeah,
on the
it's
news.
all over Twitter where the cop, it's on his body cam footage,
Where
and
was
then
it?
it in Vegas.
Oh my God.
And then people are calling in, and on the 911 call, they say that there is what looks like aliens in their backyard with big eyes.
And they got in the backhoe and tried to drive it away.
Oh
I
my
didn't see that part.
God.
I just saw the part about the
Yeah.
big eyes.
Oh man, it
Oh
was a hell of a
God.
news day today. I mean, they indicted a former president. A sitting president had stuff released that he took a bribe, and aliens landed. That's a lot to happen in one day.
And I actually had a good day with my grandchildren with their
Oh,
mom. So
congrats!
hey, that's also a big thing right there. So yeah, no, I got to see this.
Did you see the one in California where there's a female police officer? She's trying to either talk, detain, or arrest an individual, and he ends up beating her up. He goes to court. They found him not guilty.
Oh no, I didn't see that one.
I'll
Whoa.
have, I'll have to send that one to you. And the jury, it's in California to defund the police. The jury came up with, well, he didn't actually fire he took her firearm
Oh
because the
wow.
shooter it jammed, and they said, well, no bullet came out, so no harm, no foul. And
Oh wow.
they came up with some excuses why they
Well,
wouldn't
that's not right.
prosecute him. Oh, she's got black eyes, the whole works.
And they
Uh,
found him not guilty. Wow.
okay, this is the body cam footage off of Twitter. The big owls got pulled up here, and you'll see it in the background, like over the white car. You'll see the blue light going through the sky.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the whole video. It's like 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las
I see
Vegas
it.
Metro police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
someone calls 911 reporting two large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm still nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone thought a shooting star. Then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What'd you see?
was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like 1 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard, or
they see like a big? That's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear? They're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey, if those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
So yeah, this is quite weird, Bryan was saying as we're watching this story. Now, we've been in contact with the family in that video, and as you heard in that 911 call, they seem very reasonable and honestly quite scared as you heard them in the call. No, they don't seem impaired in any way. And whatever crashed by the time that police got there was gone, but sources say that there's really no dispute. Something was in their yard. Exactly what? We do not know.
I mean, it's so interesting. So like the Metro officer sees something, the neighbor sees something. I mean, so what could it be?
Well, we know that there are obviously a lot of military bases around this area. George Knapp covers a lot of that stuff for us on the 80s Now Investigators. We're showing you drone video from above that area. And we know, of course, Creech not far away, Nellis Air Force Base not far. I checked in with them. They say they are not involved at all. And we are waiting to hear from the Pentagon as well.
And you talked to these people. It seemed completely legitimate to you. And do you have any personal thoughts on maybe what it was?
Right. So it seems from talking to our sources that something happened. There was obviously some flash in the sky. A lot of people saw it that night on the night of April 30th, early in the morning on May 1st. Did that exact thing land in their yard? I don't know. But these people said they saw some SUV circling the area. Could this have been some piece of equipment that malfunctioned? Maybe they saw something and then someone came. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Right.
Someone came and retrieved it from the backyard in the SUV. We don't know. This all comes as a former high-level intelligence officer, a veteran, was on News Nation talking about how there is a program where the government collects some unidentified objects. So this might be that. We just don't know. We're going to work to find out, though.
And
Bryan,
no substances. They were looking with clear eyes. Goodness.
Very interesting.
Not big buggy eyes, though.
This is.
It's
Area 51's right down the road.
That is crazy, though. Like, even the police were believing them.
Well, somebody's echoing.
Oh, yeah, somebody's really echoing. Oh, wait, we lost Lady V. Okay, hold on.
I bet it was her.
Let me put the link back out for.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I was like, what? That is a shooting. That's a meteorite. It's falling. I mean, it's falling straight down. It's not like a plane crashing or something.
Hey, CJ, how are you?
In another interview, the kid says, well, I was trying to look at the thing, but it was all blurry. Not that my vision was blurry, but it was blurry.
I mean, if they're seeing these aliens in their backyard, like, where's the pictures?
Well, here's the thing. China's already developed a basically a cloak that is invisible.
Yeah,
that technology is out. That technology is out there, and I'm sure if they have it, we have it too.
Oh yeah.
So if they wanted to make something look funky, I don't know. Area 51's right down the road. That's all I gotta say about it. It's literally right down the road.
Well, I doubt anything's at Area 51 anymore, to be honest with you.
What was that, Lady B?
I said I doubt there's anything at Area 51.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Oh, you think so?
There's no thinking about it. They have 4 airplanes a day that carry people in and out of there.
Yeah, that's true.
Jumbo jets.
Yeah, that's true. They still do that, don't they?
Yeah, every day. We used to watch the planes take off when I lived there.
Okay.
Military has uniforms that you put on. You'll go invisible.
I believe it.
I already know it. You can see it on YouTube. They already put it out there.
China's had it for a while, and I'm sure if they have it, we have it.
We had it during the war with Iraq and Afghanistan. That's where they were wearing it. The Army has it.
Wow. Well, I tell you what, they better not take our guns away because I'm not fighting these things off with a stick.
Just try a cast iron frying pan. Unfortunately, they got to get too close. I'll stick with my AR.
Yeah, me too. And probably more.
Okay.
If the cops run away, I'll be raiding their cruiser.
Hey, Izzy, how are you? All right.
That's funny.
Okay, I was taking care of something in the chat. Let me pull this up real quick. There was actually a couple of articles that was dropped today on Kohberger. They're not very long, so it's going to take me just a second.
Oh, we got fresh news?
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news.
Okay, so the witness, Jean Saucier, I hope I'm saying the name right. You know, Ann Taylor and them had put it out yesterday in some court documents said it's an expert witness, but they're going to have to be on the Zoom call or whatever. So the judge has approved the Zoom call, and it just says on this one, it's an order permitting the remote participation at the hearing. The court having received the motion for the order permitting the Zoom participant at the hearing for the witness or to continue hearing and good cause appearing now, therefore, it's hereby ordered that the defense witness, Jean Saucier, will be allowed to participate remotely at the hearing currently scheduled for June the 9th at 1:30. Ms. Saucier will be available via Zoom. So that one came out. There was another one. Let me grab it. They're just all still kind of like intermingled with each other. Let me throw this one up now. He is actually the judge is allowing some of the media to attend the court proceeding tomorrow via Zoom as well. So the order regarding the notice of hearing for the Zoom information, the court, and I got to zoom this in because I can't read this. The court is mindful that limited courtroom capacity and the potential travel restrictions may interfere with the approved media participants or expert witnesses' ability to observe the court proceedings in this case. Therefore, in the event that they are unable to attend the proceeding in person, the court finds it necessary to make the court proceedings available via Zoom for the approved media participants or the expert witnesses under the following restrictions. And they approve the media participants and the expert witnesses may observe the court proceedings in person or via Zoom. They redacted the media ID or meeting ID and, hey, Betty Joe, and the passcode. The Zoom information above shall not be disseminated to anyone other than the approved media participants and the witnesses. So they're not even allowed to give out the meeting ID and the password to anybody else for people to log into it. So we're not going to get to see it tomorrow, what happened. So just another court proceeding.
What is wrong with these people?
Just another court proceeding that we're going to have to wait till the media comes out to let us know what happened. And
what are they afraid we're going to see?
That's a good question. Because, you know, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock is Shannon Gray's issue with the gag order. And I think his is just mainly clarification is all he's wanting. But then at 1:30, they've got the gag order. They've got the expert witness coming in there. They've got the media issue, which is also relating to the gag order. Ann Taylor has said that she is going to be arguing on something. Let me grab her thing as well. Let's see. Notice of hearing. This one up. There was actually, I think, 4 things that dropped today. And so this one is just a notice of hearing for June the 9th at 1:30, and its notice is hereby given that Bryan C. Kohberger by and through their attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing defendants motion to take judicial notices of the press coverage, and the defendant's motion for ordering permitting Zoom participation at the hearing for the witness or to continue hearing in the above entitled matter on 6/9/23 at 1:30 or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge. Counsel for the defendant hereby gives notice of the intent to present oral argument and or testimony in support of said motion. Hey, Deetra. So Ann Taylor's going to get up there and argue something over all this gag order stuff. When sure matters. So it's a shame we're not going to be able to watch it, but they're just going to have to, I guess, rely on live tweeting and all that for people from the media.
That's just, yeah, I don't understand that. I really don't. It's like, what is the big deal? We're going to be tearing him apart or praising him one or two. You know what I mean?
Right.
And even if they don't show it, we'll be picking it apart. Everybody will be.
Oh, for sure.
For good or bad.
Teacher says, I think that the request will be denied. Teacher, are you talking about the request to keep the cameras out of the courtroom? Is that what you think will be denied? I mean, hopefully the judge, after he hears it, will, okay, Deetra's saying that she thinks that request for the cameras not being in the courtroom will be denied. Hopefully the judge will listen to both sides and then he will allow it with some stipulations in place. You know, like,
so.
Hey, Melissa Jade, how are you? You know, like, don't show the jury, which is completely understandable. If there's sensitive witnesses, like the state is arguing, and they don't feel comfortable on camera, don't show them.
Right.
I mean, they did it in Letitia's trial. I mean, so they could do it in this one as well. See, Deetra says, I think they will allow the cameras. Deetra, I hope you're right. I hope he does allow them.
I don't care if they just put the camera on the judge
and just let us hear it
and make the audio live.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey, Roger.
They could put it on the American flag.
Yep, I wouldn't care. I just want to hear it live.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not going to allow the visual part of it, I will settle for just the audio because, like I've said, it's better than nothing. But
I just don't want to rely on someone else to tell me the story. I want to hear the story.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know how the media has twisted a lot of stuff.
The media in this country is a shit show right now. Let's just call it what it is.
Right.
Well, that's the truth.
And so it's almost like if they don't allow the cameras, then we've got to rely on the media and kind of go with what they say, because other than what they tell us, we wouldn't really know if it's the truth or not.
Right.
Heaven Stars, how are you?
Hello, Melissa Jade.
Oh, Snap Sharon, how are you? So hopefully he will allow it with some rules. And I think whoever's handling the camera, hopefully they will abide by the rules.
I hope so. I just don't see why they went, and I just can't see any reason. Okay, so, excuse me. The only reason I can see, let's say they're worried about somebody doing something to him, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I can understand where they would delay it or, maybe wait till that night so you don't know exactly where he is at what time, I could kind of see that, but for his safety, but I can't. I think it's just going to cause a whole lot of people to get really upset without it.
I'm sorry, I had to mute for just a second.
You're good.
Well, it's supposed to be public. That's a public courthouse, public courtroom.
Teacher, I don't know if they're going to have a sketch artist in there, with Lori Vallows I believe it was like some of the media got together and put their money together and paid for a sketch artist, just so we would have some pictures of what was going on each day.
I would think there'd be one in there if it was paid or not paid. There's gonna be somebody in there drawing it.
I mean, I always thought that was always like a standard type thing. They always
I
had
thought
sketch
it was
artists
too.
in there.
But I'm sure they're not cheap. I mean, that's a hell of a talent.
Right. Because I mean, she was putting out in Lori Vallow's, Charles, she was putting out 3 to 4 sketches every day.
Yeah, that goes back hundreds of years.
And I just always thought it was like a standard procedure that they always had one in there.
They should
Yeah.
hire that guy that's always popping up all over social media doing drawings of people on the subway. Have you seen that guy? He sits down next to someone and like draws
Oh,
a
and just starts
perfect
drawing them.
picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
They should hire that guy. He's fast.
Hey, Summer, how are you? I mean, maybe they'll have one if we don't get any visuals of it. But then again, if they were to have a sketch person in there and they were drawing Bryan Kohberger, they would have an issue with it and saying that they are highlighting his facial expressions in the sketches to show to the public.
Oh, if I was the artist, I would make the bushiest caterpillar looking freaking eyebrows. It looked like a caricature.
Well, I loved
remember
your picture the other night.
I remember Saturday Night Live back when Chevy Chase would give the news, and he would say artist rendering, and it was stick people.
Yep. I remember that.
Yeah, they would complain about something, Deetra, with the drawing. I'm pretty sure if there was a sketch artist, Ann Taylor and Jay Logson would have to approve the sketches before they were released to the public. And then they would end up claiming to have an issue with it.
Let's kiss over. Let's bend over backwards and stick our head between our legs and kiss you. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't deserve that.
But I was listening to somebody else was talking today on another channel, and they were talking about, the people in Idaho, they pay their state taxes or whatever. It's supposed to be a public courtroom. So what about these people who are in Idaho that have a right to go there for the court because it is a public court?
Yeah.
But they can't, they live too far and they can't go, but they want to watch it.
Yeah, that's a good.
What about them?
Do they have cameras in federal court?
I don't think so. Oh, wasn't there something that was brought up about the federal courts in one of those documents that I read night before last or last night? Hey, Jamie, that was talking about the cameras, like they wouldn't have them in there or something like that. No way saying no when your matter says no federal cameras. Because I want to say that was brought up in one of those things that Jay logs in one of the documents that he put out when he was tattling on everybody.
Deltra Ed said they're on an air advisory. Wow.
Okay, so according to the Supreme Court, while many state courts allow cameras in courtrooms subject to certain rules, federal courts, under the direction of the U.S. Judicial Conference, have remained far more resistant, with only experimental pilot programs allowed in civil, never criminal cases.
This is way beyond the experimental nowadays.
Yeah, so if it's criminal, they're not going to put a camera in a federal courtroom.
I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between federal and state. I mean, I know what the difference between the two jurisdictions. I'm trying to figure out why you can have one in a state courtroom, but you can't have one in a federal courtroom.
Nobody's fought it hard enough yet, I would think.
Yeah.
With COVID, everything was video.
Right.
And Zoom IDs were creeping out and getting leaked, and I mean, I guilty pleasure. I might have sat on YouTube for a night or two and watched all the people invade Zoom meetings, and some of them were quite funny.
Yeah.
I mean, really, really funny. Some of them.
I mean, like I said, each one of the judges in the state of Idaho, and I don't know if it's like this with other states, but I know in the state of excuse me, in the state of Idaho, each judge has their own YouTube channel. Now, there's no videos on there. There's no past live stream uploads or anything like that. But whenever they're having a court proceeding like Kohberger, they should just stream it live onto their YouTube channel where everybody can watch it or whatever.
See, I think the difficulty with that is, though, you've got to have somebody on a delay button if something goes in front of the camera that's not supposed to be seen.
Well,
Well,
You have to.
So put it on a delay of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you've got to have someone hired for a job to sit there with their finger on a button to make sure something doesn't hit YouTube that shouldn't.
I'll do it.
I mean,
I'm good at sitting there with
or
my finger on a button.
even if they do like a 2-minute delay, you know, and have someone, I mean, I'm sure they've got
That or the
somebody
judge
that,
has to have a mute button. I mean, or of some sort.
yeah, because
big red
like,
button. But
like whenever they do like sidebars and stuff like that, they
Yep,
always
they
would have
mute
like white noise is what they
Yep.
they say it is. I mean, it would be very easy to do something like that.
But you still
Yeah,
got to
it
pay
would.
somebody to do it.
Right.
I'll do it for free, dude.
Lady V's just pimping herself out. I'll do it. Just let's make this happen.
Exactly.
I mean, she would get to hear everything though.
Oh,
I
that'd be
would.
crazy. I can't imagine.
I can
The
see
Lady
it
V,
every...
they'll have you in a back trailer.
Yeah.
I know, I'm serious. You'll be in a
Like
trailer,
a drone pilot.
and there'll be a whole bunch of television screens, and
I don't care. I'll do it for free.
She just needs one button, and
I
that's
just need one button and the TV to watch him. That's all.
Oh my, Lady V in control of the button. Ooh.
and
I
just
don't
be like,
know.
"Oh, dang, I forgot to hit
I
the button."
forgot.
Oh, man.
Shit.
I'm old, dude.
Whoopsie. I was getting coffee. Sorry.
That would be the thing. Yeah.
See, do like they did on Letitia's. Every time I have a sidebar to put it on mute. Anytime they had something to deal with court, they put it on mute. Yeah, exactly, Betty Jo. They could, I mean, even the judge could have a mute button up there by him and just be like, "Okay, gotta mute this."
Well, Varner did.
here in
I'm
Florida, they
surprised.
show just about every one of them on TV of the major cases.
Yeah, I'm sure they can come up with some way to do it.
Yeah, there's got to be a way. If they don't do it, it's because they just don't want to do it.
True, and
I mean,
people are already thinking now that it's out that the defense does not want the cameras in the courtroom, and the way that the state put it out in their documents yesterday, that everybody's thinking that they're both hiding something.
Well, they might be.
well, maybe they're worried if they lose respectively, either side, that they're going to look bad.
Well,
Well-
then they can just take their ball and go home and cry.
Because I'll tell you what, a prosecutor does not want this guy getting off.
No.
I mean, if he did it and it's, preponderance of the evidence, but he somehow gets off on a technicality or something weird, you're going to look pretty bad as an attorney.
Okay. At least what they could do, like with the Lori Vallow and this case, if they do that, is at least put it down. Like, I know somebody would leak it, but put the video there, go ahead and record it, and then put it like in the same place that we have Noah's Ark. We have the Ark of the Covenant, wherever that is. Just stick it in there for future reference. You know what I mean? It's like,
I
At
thought
least-
the Ark of the Covenant was on Oak Island. I got to stop watching the History Channel.
I have no idea.
Island. We could put it in Oak Island. That would work. Nobody'd ever find it. We could have a show for years.
That's for sure. That's a cash cow waiting to happen, Lady V.
Oh yeah, definitely. So what else happened today?
Let me think. I think there was one other document that dropped. Let's see. Stipulation. Did I read this one? When did this one come out? No, that one didn't come. Maybe it was just 3 then today. The notice of the hearing, which was Ann Taylor's thing, the order permitting the remote participation at the hearing, and then the order regarding the notice of the hearing, which is the Zoom thing where they've redacted and don't want nobody listening. So I guess
Did you check out what Sleuthy's been saying about this whole deal?
I've seen. Let me go to Twitter because I did see one thing that she put out today, but I didn't get up till like 3:00. And I seen the one where she was talking about people were talking about Bryan and saying this and that about him, but then whenever they got called out in the papers, like they're like those people are not talking about it now, like they're not, like they're being quiet basically. Let's
Take a look at
see.
her tweet. That is, it's key points of interest. It was 15 hours ago. It's.
Oh yes, I did see that one. She put it out.
It was pretty interesting.
Key points of interest in the state's brief on video and photographic coverage. Let me see if I can pull that one up real quick. Okay, so key points of interest, state's brief on the video and photographic coverage. So page 1. Can everybody see this okay? Because I can't, I don't think I can zoom it in anymore.
And you can follow Sleuthy at Sleuthy Goosey on Twitter.
Yeah, I need to grab her. Oh shit! I'll grab it in a second.
She's an amazing. If you're on Twitter, she's an amazing follow.
Yeah, she's always putting out good stuff.
Always, and it's always vetted.
Hey, honey, how are you? So, page 1, the courts have not held that there is a First Amendment or other constitutional right of the media to broadcast or photograph a proceeding. In fact, there have been circumstances where the United States Supreme Court has held that extensive broadcasting and photographing of a proceeding to be violative of a defendant's due process rights. So that was on page 1. Page 2 says the state also has the following concerns about allowing broadcasting and photographing at the trial in the case. One is the state has a number of sensitive witnesses who would likely be intimidated, harassed, or harmed by a live broadcast of the trial. I wonder who the sensitive witnesses are.
Or are we going to beat them up or something?
I mean, I would assume Dylan and Bethany as probably two of the sensitive witnesses.
Yeah, I think so.
But I wonder if there's any other ones other than them two. Let's see. Number 2 says jurors, unless sequestered, would have off-hours access to the broadcast, which may include discussions which were outside of the jury's purview. And 3, witnesses would also have access to broadcasts showing the specific testimony of other witnesses. Well, that's why you sequestered the jurors.
Exactly. They're not supposed to have that anyway.
And you tell the witnesses, basically, I guess you call it sequestering the witnesses too, that you're not allowed to watch anything that has to do with the trial.
Right.
And then when they get on the stand, the first thing you ask them, have you watched anything that has to do with this trial? They're under oath at that point. If they lie, then they're in trouble.
Right.
And then it says at the bottom here, as a guidance, the state has attached a recent decision by 7th Judicial District Judge Stephen Boyce in the case of State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Gallo Daybell. A similar rationale may exist here. So that's why I'm kind of hoping they keep throwing Lori's case in there. I'm hoping if he doesn't allow the cameras that we at least get the audio.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll kind of, take Judge Boyce's way of doing things and give us at least that.
Yeah, because if not, everybody's gonna be speculating on everything.
Well, it's just going to be whatever they give us.
Yeah, and
there's a lot of little things that are said, and the way that they're said make a difference.
Oh yeah, it does.
And how are we going to know that it's exactly what was said? Because don't get me wrong, there are some journalists out there who can live tweet and it be word for word.
When it comes to the technical side, they're going to screw it up.
More than likely, especially if they don't understand it. Yeah.
unless
Now-
it's verbatim, they're going to screw it up.
Now, who in Idaho has not heard about this case? I mean, this is big out there.
Well,
You
they
would
can
I
think
mean,
bring
it's
it
so.
big for
here.
us here too. Yeah.
You would think it would be big. I mean, front page news every day. I would think.
Well, this is internationally a huge trial.
But it makes me wonder, like when stuff was happening in Prosser. I don't know if you guys remember back through
Yeah,
that.
we do.
They weren't really talking about it in the local news.
No, they weren't.
There were almost no articles in the local paper. It wasn't being. I mean, they were leaving it alone.
Yeah.
So I mean, you just can't depend on anybody who's getting paid to give you information like that by
See,
someone else.
that's why I said the other night that, I watch this stuff all the time and interrogations and courtrooms and everything else. But if something were, excuse me, if there'd be something going on here, I would have to rely on my husband to tell me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue. You don't expect something like that to happen.
Oh, shoot, y'all, I cannot type tonight for some reason. Rich, how are you?
Scarlett, what
Uh-huh.
time did BK return after he left the house at 4:25, 4:30, whatever it was?
Hold on, let me grab the affidavit. I want to say 5 something, but let me see if I can find it. Okay, Big Al, how did you say to search for something?
Control and the F key. F is in Frank.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Let's see. Wait, I'm just looking for suspect vehicle 1. That's me.
Oh,
So
did the find box pop up for you?
yeah,
Oh, cool. All right.
yeah. I just typed in suspect vehicle 1 just so I can try to find where it would pop up at, because it's, once again, this is not in order. I want to say though, Riddler, it was like 520 something, but okay. So 525, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman and on the WSU campus cameras. At approximately 5:27, the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, and then Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Let's see if there's any other time after that. So I would say 5:30, because they're saying at 5:27 he's still driving onto campus.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say I would give it about 5:30 to give him time to get back to his apartment, because I don't know how far his apartment is from those streets.
I mean, he's riding back in front of King Street at 5:30. That's what I'm talking about. When did he return back to the scene of the crime?
Oh, the next morning, like
Yes,
during the
ma'am.
day. Okay, that was. It says that he left his apartment at 9 o'clock, and then he returned back to his apartment at 9:32, and that he was in the area of the King Road home between 9:12 and 9:22, I believe. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that as well. Let me see if this is the page. Okay. Let me pull it up here. Well, where did I just see that at? Oh, here we go. So further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on the 13th that are consistent with the 8458 phone, leaving the area of Kohberger's residence at approximately 9 o'clock, traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21. Then it next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the phone, traveling back to the area of Kohberger's residence and arriving at the area at approximately 9:32.
And is that Monday morning or Sunday morning?
That would have been Sunday morning. So they're saying that the murders happened between 4 and 5 on Sunday morning, and then he makes like that loop and gets home about 5:30, and then shows back up in the area of the house between 9:12 and 9:21.
Very interesting that it would appear that he didn't sleep.
True. But the neighbors that lived underneath him said that he never slept, that he was always making noises and keeping them awake and all that, but they didn't want to say anything just in case, because they have a small baby.
Just in case he was an SK?
Yeah, he said.
Well, the neighbor, it was a husband and wife, and the wife said that she didn't really want to say anything because just in case like their baby was awake or something late at night and maybe keep him awake.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
'cause
didn't want
said
to.
vacuumed and all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff.
Gigi, okay, honey, you have a good night.
And
Bye,
of course,
Gigi.
we've heard rumors where other students have received text messages before the 911 call
Mm-hmm.
about what happened.
And see, I've heard like different times on that. I've heard 8:30 in the morning, I've heard 9 o'clock, and I've heard 9:30. If it was 8:30 and students were there, then they would have been there whenever he passed in the area of the house. Even if
Well,
it was at 9 o'clock, they would have been there when he passed.
see, I was listening to another channel that kind of explained that text messages went out, supposedly, allegedly, to Washington State and kids on that campus and the kids on Idaho. Now they're both an hour. They're Washington State's an hour behind, right? Because they're Pacific, and the one is Moscow on the same as Washington State, both Pacific time.
Yeah, they're both
Okay,
Pacific
never
time.
mind. That blows that theory out of the water.
And I was going to Sleuthie's back to her Twitter because it does tell on her timeline what time the alert went out. I just gotta find it. Here we go. Let's see. Where is 11:13? Okay, let's see. Wait, we're still early in the morning on here. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me find it. Because there was vandal alerts that went out, and then there was WSU alerts that went out.
Was that around 2 o'clock or?
Let's see. Okay, so a vandal alert, the first one that I see on here. So U of I students at 2:07, there was an alert that was sent out advising them to stay inside. And then at 2:46, there was one that says shelter in place was lifted by University of Idaho. Let's see. And then at 3:30, there was a text alert sent out to WSU students, followed by an email notifying them of the homicide. The alert stated that there is no threat to the Pullman community. Then there was another vandal alert at 5:21. Moscow police continuing to investigate, no ongoing threat. So they were literally telling the kids at University of Idaho at 5:21 that afternoon that the police are continuing to investigate this homicide, but there's no threat.
There's no danger. We just don't know who did it.
Right.
Well, well, in other words, it was only a threat for about 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, from 2:07, they tell them to stay inside. 2:46, they lift the shelter in place.
And I mean, I'm sure they got a reason, but I'd like to know why they lifted it that quick.
I would want to know why. Like, how can they actually tell their students at 521 that there's no threat, but they don't know who done it.
Yeah. We don't know who did it. We don't know why. We just know you guys are safe. It may have been
And
targeted. It may have not been, but you're safe.
and WSU is telling their students that and didn't even have a clue that this dude is on their campus.
Not just on their
Wow.
campus, on their payroll.
That too. I mean, he wasn't just going to college with their students. He was actually a TA for, what was it, 3 different classes, I think is what was said.
And he shows back up to school Monday morning, right?
Yeah, goes back to school. Was it 5 days after the murders? He goes and gets his plates and all that changed over to Washington State. Goes, gets his hair cut, celebrates his birthday, finishes out the semester like nothing even happened.
It would be interesting to know if, as far as getting his plates changed over, was that because his registration ran out? Or was it because he was running around Moscow after?
No, it's because, well, they said that his plates were going to run out November the 30th.
Okay.
And he knew that he was going back to Pennsylvania in December and didn't want to drive cross country to get them renewed in Pennsylvania.
But he was already driving cross country to Pennsylvania. So why not get them renewed there? I'm sure it was a lot cheaper.
Probably, but
in Minnesota, when you bring a vehicle in from out of state, you have to pay tax on that, the value of that vehicle, to get your registration sticker and your license plates. So why, that doesn't make any sense.
I understand them putting everybody on alert, shelter, be vigilant. I can understand that. But what was the justification for lifting it? They were just following some kind of minimum protocol, or?
I'm curious to hear if anybody will ask that question in the trial. I would want to know if I was a bad kid there. Well, why are you telling my kid it's safe when you don't even know who did it?
And all of a sudden, this guy is no longer a threat.
Yeah, and he was right there the whole time.
Sounds like any cop that would have seen that crime scene would have disagreed with him not being a threat.
Exactly.
Unless they had someone in handcuffs. You'd think there'd still be a threat.
That quickly.
Pretty violent murders. I mean, it's not like it was a drive-by.
But it's going to be a heck of a thing if the defense can find out where students were receiving text messages about the horror that happened inside that house. I don't know if it happened or not, but I'm hearing that on different channels that students knew about it before the 911 call came out.
Well, that'll come out in all the phone records. That's why I want to hear it myself, because and it really is purely because of the evidentiary phase. I want to hear the evidence.
Yeah, me too.
That's what I want to hear.
Well, I want to hear that and how many people came into the house. I mean, the front door's wide open.
Right.
Okay, I'm reading something. Y'all can continue.
I mean, did they fail to secure it after the DoorDash driver left, or is there somebody else coming in and out?
Well, that's why I asked the other night. Did they make it a habit of leaving the door unlocked? I mean, was that like not a big deal in that area to forget to leave, to lock the door? I wouldn't think so.
It didn't sound like they were used to leaving it open. To me.
I mean, I know my place, you had to use a key to get in the door every time.
Right.
Because there were 8 people living in one house. You can't depend on everyone else to lock the damn door.
Nope.
You just got to hope they shut it all the way so it's actually locked. But I woke up more than once to 25 strangers in the house.
What?
Oh, they'd be partying. Yeah, they'd be partying, whatever. I mean, it was everybody I lived with in college. Everybody partied.
Oh, in college. I'm like, what?
I thought he was talking about now.
Me too. I'm like, what?
I lived in 2 different shared houses. And it was just, I mean,
No,
The
thank
common
you.
areas were kind of a free for all, and it was literally 24 hours a day.
Yeah, no, thank you.
You know, and it was an old ass house, so it was. Both of them were old houses.
I tell you what, I don't sleep a lot, but when I'm ready to go to sleep, I best not be bothered.
This would not be the living situation for you then. I
No,
remember many a nights holding a pillow literally over my ears, going, "Jesus, I got class at 8.
no,
This
I
gotta
would
stop.
be
It's 4 in the
yelling,
morning."
"Stop! I'm trying to sleep."
Well, you know
Amongst other things.
the news folks. They always have more information than what they give us,
Oh yeah.
and I like to see. Boy, that'd be some juicy details.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's juice all over this thing.
Yeah, I would never do well in a apartment complex at all.
No, too many people around. Hey, Eric, how are you?
I could never have someone living above me.
No, I can't. I get too much input. I can't. I need like to know I got room to move and
I
yeah,
mean,
I
my
can't live with
neighbors
that.
are like probably a half a mile from me, and that's still too close.
Mm-hmm.
Just them passing in front of my house every day is too close.
I get that.
Yeah, that was me too. And before I moved over here, closest neighbor was like, I think just under half a mile away in any direction.
Yeah, it's funny because I'm a pretty easygoing person. I'm not a nagging wife or like pouty or picky or any of those things. But when it comes to my sleep, you don't mess with it.
Scarlett, there's not much light out there where you're at, is there?
No, it is. I'm looking out my window now, and it is pitch black.
I mean, you can look up at the heavens at night and see the stars better than us that live in the city.
Oh
Yep.
God, out here it'll make
Oh
you
yeah.
dizzy. When we get the northern lights, it'll literally make your stomach upset.
Really? You guys
Yeah,
get
it
the
gives you
northern
it
lights?
gives you like almost like a vertigo feeling sometimes when they're really
Wow.
strong,
I
because
want to see them one day.
it doesn't seem real
Where
sometimes.
are you again?
Northern Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Hmm?
I didn't realize the aurora borealis. Like,
Oh, it's big time here.
wow.
Well,
I
it's
want to
reached
see
down to
that.
Florida before.
Yeah,
Is,
it's big
is
time
it
here.
is it like all the time, all year round, or
No, I wouldn't say all year round, but I mean it's often.
wow? I want to
It's
see
quite
this one
often. I
day.
mean, it's the winter time up here. It's just crazy.
And it's enough to make you sick to your
Oh
stomach.
yeah, I've been sick to my stomach. I was at there's a lake in the middle of the state. If you look at a map of Minnesota, there's a giant lake right dead center in the middle of the state. It's called Lake Mille Lacs. And I was on the east side one night, and we had a really bad storm roll through, and we were standing at the edge of the lake, and the clouds broke, and the northern lights came out from under the clouds and lit up the clouds. And
Whoa.
three of the people I was with got sick.
What
Oh my.
color were they?
Every color.
Yeah, see, I've only seen the red.
It's seriously sensory overload. It really truly is. When you really see
Wow.
them and they're really bright. I can only imagine what they look like up in Alaska. I'd
No
love to see
kidding.
that someday.
Yeah, that would be gorgeous.
But I wonder, have we looked at? Was it a full moon that night that this happened? Where was the moon at while this was going on? Was it like bright white outside?
You know, we looked into that when we were talking about it on Brittany's, and I can't remember if it was or not. Cause she, Brittany has a thing with the moon phases.
Hmm.
Because well, I mean, it's true. People do get crazy around
Oh
that
yeah,
time. So she kind of says something about it every once in a while.
no
I
full
can't
moon
remember. No
lies the
full
road
moon.
says.
Yeah, I was gonna say if so, she would have said something. I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I know here when we have a full moon and it's high, you can walk outside and it's like the sun's out.
Yeah, it's like that here, but it's pitch black out there, so I don't even see the moon
Yeah, I
up
don't know
there
what our moon
tonight.
phase is right now.
Okay, so this came out for Kaylee's birthday. Her sister Olivia posted it, and I wanted to read it real quick. So it says, "Happy birthday, Sissy. I love you so much, and I wish that I could feel one more hug, one more smile, and hear one more I love you. You deserved your life more than anyone I know. You worked so hard for everything that you had, and you loved your life. You appreciated all the little things, and that's a big deal. So many people are so blessed, excuse me, and they don't appreciate it. But that was never you. You appreciated it all. Learning to live without you is the hardest thing that I've ever had to do. Something that I should have never ever had to do. You should be here with Maddie, Xana, and Ethan in your home, getting ready to celebrate your 22nd birthday. I love you more than words could ever describe, Kaylee. I can't wait until Phoebe is old enough so that I can tell her all about you and how much you loved her. You are so special, Kaylee, so strong, so determined, so passionate, and so beautiful. Meeting you again is something that never leaves my head. There is so much I have to tell you, so much that I need to ask you. Seeing your smile again, hearing your laugh, it keeps me going each and every day. I know that we will meet again, but we should have never had to part like this. I keep positive because I know that that's all that you would want. I love you, Kaylee, and I wish that I could see the party Maddie is throwing for you right now. I hope it's the most beautiful birthday that you've ever had. Help us celebrate Kaylee today by doing something that you love for Kaylee Jade Day. And then it says at the bottom, P.S. You got TikTok famous, sissy. So that was put out by her sister Autumn today. For her birthday.
TikTok famous. Those words are just absolutely gut wrenching, and I don't understand the TikTok famous thing. I don't get that.
I don't know if she meant it because people are talking about her on TikTok and doing like videos about her, or
Well, I'm sure her
or
TikTok
what.
is getting hits because everybody's curious about her, but I just
Right.
I don't understand that this younger generation with how important social media is to them. I just don't. I mean, it doesn't mean it's right or wrong. I just don't understand it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just sad just to think that her and Maddie on their 22nd birthday, they wasn't here to celebrate it. Ethan won't be here for him or Xana won't be here for their 21st birthday. It's just sad.
Yeah, somebody's got to pay for this one. You know, there's a bill that's got to be paid for this one.
I've
Yeah.
been talking on mute. You're rubbing off on me. I'm like, that is so heartbreaking. That is so sad.
It's very sad.
Did you see, was it Maddie's? I can't remember if it's Maddie's dad or Xana's dad that was singing her happy birthday.
No, I didn't see that
Did you
one.
see that clip? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
It's just a real short clip.
The first birthday is very difficult. I can't. I mean, and I didn't know this, but the Gonzalez's had done an interview with Ashley Banfield. I think it was the day before yesterday, and they said that their son had also graduated, and he gave up his spot because him and Kaylee would have graduated together, and he gave up his graduation spot for her graduation, and so they've got to celebrate, his accomplishments and everything as well. But with everything else going on, with the case and all that, it's kind of had been put on the back burner for him. Let's see. I think people on TikTok were blowing her up with birthday wishes, which makes sense. Okay, thank you, Casey. So maybe that's what she meant.
I hope so. It just seems that I don't know. I guess if I was younger and social media was around, it'd be an addiction for me too. I see these kids. I see these kids. That come into the restaurant and their face is literally buried in their phone. I mean,
That's anywhere you go.
Even while they're eating,
Mm-hmm.
even while they're putting food in their mouth, they're still got their phone in their hand. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, how are you? Let's see. I love that they always mention all the victims. Yeah, it's never well, from any time that I've ever heard the Gonzalez family talk, it's never been about Kaylee only or just Kaylee and Maddie. It's always been about all four of them and getting the justice for all four of them. Let's see. Yeah, my chat. This is getting really irritating with the live chat thing.
Yeah, I'm back on Top Chat now that you said that. I just looked.
Yeah, I just noticed mine, and if I've missed anybody's comments, I do apologize. Oh, wait. So when I went back from Top Chat to Live Chat, now I have the little bar thingy, the live reactions on my computer.
I've got it too. It came on earlier today.
What was it?
Super annoying when it's over someone's.
Oh yeah, because it's over
Comments.
Liza's comment right now, and I can't.
I hate it.
See, birthdays are more a celebration for me than for my kids. I cannot imagine how Christy feels my stomach. It's very sad, Liza. And you have to give them props. So, like, that family has held it together way better than I think I would have. Honestly.
What was covering up your Liza?
The live reaction things that we were talking about the other night with the hearts and the 100s and all that. Yeah, it just now popped up on my screen, so I have it now, and it was covering where it's positioned at. It was covering part of Liza's comments.
Yeah, it can do that.
And somebody was being a smartass and smashing the hell out of it. So how about we smash the hell out of the thumbs up button if we can put that much effort into being funny?
Yeah, because we have 163. See, 163 people in here with only 71 likes.
Thumbs up,
CrossFit
suckers.
Game. So let's try to get the likes up with the number of people that we have in here.
Yes.
That's right.
Hey, Nat Cat, how are you?
If you don't, we're going to chase you with a pickle. And that would be scary.
Rotten pickle.
Nightmare.
Don't waste a good pickle on somebody who won't click the thumb.
Yeah, this is true. I like pickles too much. I'm always like, leave the lettuce off, give me extra pickles.
I'm making Minnesota sushi tomorrow night.
What is that?
It's where you take a piece of really salty ham, put cream cheese on it, take a spicy pickle, roll the ham and the cream cheese around the pickle, and cut it into little wheels. We call it Minnesota sushi.
That sounds good.
It's delicious.
Let's see.
Vaughn, how are you? Okay, now see, I don't like the live reaction thing.
I hate it.
It's over Snap Sharon's comment. Yeah, they
You
should
should
have
look
put that.
you gotta look at your dashboard and see if you can turn it off. You might be able to turn it off for your lives.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look. I wonder if I can just take it off of mine.
I tried. I can't get rid of
It
it.
won't.
No.
See, if you show a phone at the table with an Italian Sicilian family, it will go out the window. Yeah, a lot of families, I guess, are okay with phones at the table. I mean, like the gal said, you see it all the time in restaurants.
Oh, I got
crazy.
your information right here. Go to YouTube Studio. And from the top right, click Create. Go to Live, Open Chat, click the Stream. And then you can select Reactions. Click the Stream tab, select Edit, then Customization, and then select Reactions.
Okay,
And it
I'll
will go away. And everyone will cheer. Well, maybe not everyone, but I will.
Yeah, they should have put it like in a different spot. Let me see if I have it on my phone. Oh shit. What is up with my phone now? Yeah, I still don't have it with my phone though. It's just on my computer. Quick question. Does anyone know anything that will help heal a bad sunburn?
I do, but they're not going to like it.
After sun lotion or gel, a hot shower.
Okay, this is what we did. I had a really horrible sunburn one year, and my mom laid me down. I was laying on the front of me because it was on my back.
Mhm.
And you remember that pet milk. It's like the concentrated milk stuff in a can.
Mm-hmm.
She took that and she put that on me, and she let it dry, and it like pulled some of the fever out of it, and then she very gently washed it off and did it again, and I had the best suntan that year. It didn't pill or anything.
Yeah, hot showers will do that too, but it hurts a little bit. The shower does.
Yeah.
No way says vinegar, aloe vera.
Yeah, vinegar's good.
My
Aloe
mom always
vera
had
for
an
sure.
aloe plant. You whack a leaf off the aloe plant.
Yeah, aloe's always good.
That worked awesome.
Noxzema cream.
I've heard that before too. Noxzema.
Yeah, that was an old one.
Don't put
You
Vicks
gonna
on it.
find it?
Yeah,
Oh,
don't
yeah,
put Vicks.
yeah.
Don't put Vicks on it. I promise you. You might read that somewhere on the internet. It does not work.
No.
Greek yogurt.
Oh.
I've
Well,
never
see,
heard of
that
that.
goes back to the cream, like I was saying. That's the
Right.
same idea as that. And so is
Okay.
the Noxzema for that matter, except it's not, a milk product.
Right. Cold tea or baking soda. Cold wet tea bags. I've never heard of those.
Well, that's an awful lot of tea bags.
Well,
If
don't
it's,
type it into Google because you're not going to like what comes up.
dang, I wish I could figure out that video.
Sure. Anybody see Sharon's comment?
Wait,
But
what did it?
I'm not. I got to get back on.
Oh Lord.
Sharon, I love you.
I'll be right back. I need to mute for just a second.
Oh, that was funny as shit.
I got to find it. I was looking for that video. Oh, no, I don't want that one. There we go. Who did you say? Sharon?
What was that? Yeah, Sharon, man. Sharon said, "Don't teabag me." Oh,
I'm glad
man.
you read it because my chat didn't go that far enough. Teabag. No, not her again.
Oh, Lordy.
Yes, it does, Freya. I remember hearing that. Yeah, I tell you what, I didn't burn. I didn't peel from the burn or anything. It was.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Sharon's like, sorry, but I had to. Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? Let's see. Okay, well, I didn't miss anything in chat while I was gone. Okay, there was something else I was gonna mention. Oh, I know what it was. So me and Troll were talking today, and it was said, that Bryan, like the police had Bryan's name kind of early on, like the end part of November.
Right.
Okay, so if they needed DNA from him to go to match it with the DNA on the sheet, why didn't they just get his trash from his apartment?
Well, see, that's what I was saying.
Or something of his that would have his DNA on it instead of having to go all the way out to Pennsylvania and then grab some trash at 4:00 out of the neighbor's trash can, send it all the way back to Idaho.
Well,
And
that's
then,
what I was saying. If they were telling him like they said they were, because they never lost him, right?
Mhm.
If so, why didn't they take his cup or something, his
Yeah,
trash or
that's what I
something
said the
from?
other night. Why don't they grab something with a straw?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
yeah,
just
if they're
anything that
watching
he's
him.
touched.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either. Because I would have think they could have done that before he even left town.
Right.
What did he do with the bags of his stuff when he was at his mom and dad? I mean, I know he
Put
put
in the
his
neighbor's
stuff in the
trash, didn't
trash.
he?
Yeah,
No.
but I mean, where's his?
Whenever they're claiming whenever they walked in, he was putting now whatever. I don't know what he did with if he did this before the night he was arrested, but putting his personal trash into uh, individual Ziploc baggies. I don't know what he did with, like, what was he planning on doing with the Ziploc
Yeah,
bags?
what did he do with it afterwards? Well, he
Unless
was
he was just
pretty
practicing.
paranoid.
Unless he was just practicing to leave nothing behind. It's
Maybe it's normal. Maybe he's done that for years. I don't know.
It could be an OCD behavior that he just does.
Yeah, it could be.
Possibly. Janie says, does anybody know what a Nest camera is? I saw someone in another chat the other day who said that she was close to one of the families and she can confirm that the kids had a Nest camera in the house.
Nest. They make, I think they make cameras and thermostats.
Okay.
Just double check that.
So there was a camera in the house?
Yeah. The Google camera.
Is that where like the nanny cams and stuff like that people use? That way when they're at work, they can watch it on their phone?
It could be that. It could be a doorbell. They have a doorbell. They have a regular just camera, indoor, outdoor.
Okay.
They have ones that you can remotely adjust and focus, and they have ones that'll follow anything moving around the room.
Okay, and then Janie says, not saying it's true because rumors are everywhere, but just asking if what that would mean if they did. I wonder if it is true.
Depending on where the camera was.
Right. And once again, like Janie said, we're not saying that it's true, but if it is true, I wonder where the camera was at.
Right.
Because do y'all remember, like, was it before Bryan was arrested or maybe right after, they said that Kaylee had a, what was it? Well, something she had in her room. I can't remember now what they said. Was it I don't think it was a Bluetooth camera. It was a what? Okay, Bluetooth speaker. So I wonder if that's what they were talking about, but it was a camera. That's very interesting.
That is.
I don't remember seeing any kind of Nest or Ring doorbell on the house in any of the pictures or in the body cam videos. So it had to have been a camera inside.
Yeah, inside, if it's true.
If it's true. So
right.
Thinking about when I was a kid, I would not want a camera in my college crib inside.
No. Yeah, no, I don't
that
think
anyone
I would
could
either.
access, because you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
Especially when you
Right.
got that many people living in a house.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense that would, unless she had it in her room, like pointing at her door, to see if people were going in her room when she wasn't there.
Scarlett,
that would make sense.
Scarlett, you want to talk about irony? Remember last night we were talking, or it might have been the night before, but I'm looking at a headline that says, was FBI tailing Bryan Kohberger cross country and why Indiana police stopped him twice? And I put the link for you in the backstage.
Okay.
And the FBI said they didn't do any of it. And it's just amazing. We were talking about last night and it came out today.
Now, I do remember a while back that the FBI had said that they didn't have anything to do with the two stops and all this and that, but I don't know if they're fully being truthful with that.
The FBI does not lie.
No, never.
Hey, Angie. See, was FBI telling Bryan Kohberger cross country? Okay, let me pull this up because I think this is one of the articles that I actually tried to read tonight, and it was on the Idaho Statesman. And because I'm not paying for a subscription to the Idaho Statesman, they will not allow me to read any more of their
Right.
Articles. Okay, so Angie said, well, Kaylee allegedly thought she had a stalker. If her stalker, possibly Bryan, was coming in, let's see, movie stuff, maybe she got a camera to catch whoever was coming in. I'm curious to know now if there was one in there. Kaylee probably had a camera for her dog. Let's see, I will have that as a young woman going to school, maybe working, maybe. I mean, I could see her having one for Murphy just to kind of like,
We do when we go.
you know, watch him, or because I know some cameras that people have like for their animals when they're not home during the day that they can like talk through their phone to the animals
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Maybe that, I don't know.
Alexa does that.
See, maybe I watched too many spy movies, but I was thinking maybe there's a camera in that house, and he was smart enough to hack into it.
Yeah.
Because I seen them on TV where a little girl's in a room, and some guy goes, "Hey there," and she
Oh,
goes,
wow.
"Who's that?" And he goes, "Santa Claus, come here."
So he hacked into the camera in the little girl's room.
Not BK, but this was on YouTube.
Yeah, another guy. Okay.
People were hacking into them, and people have them in their nursery, while they're downstairs and the kids upstairs, etc.
Right.
Or that's a toddler's room, someone like 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old.
Glowbug said, I just found out that my Alexa has a camera that's always running.
Yeah, mine does too.
Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't want something like that.
But there's a slide. Who said that?
Glowbug.
Glowbug. If you look on the back of your Alexa show, you'll see a little tab that you can slide over to cover that.
That's exactly why my cameras don't connect to public networks. Mine are private and protected, and I'm almost impossible to access. Public ones are shady, to be honest.
Well, honestly, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you have your TV or phone or whatever, they're going to be listening in and watching you on every single device.
Right. Okay, so Liza said, but if Kaylee had a camera when Steven was so mad, he probably would have said so, don't you guys think?
Not necessarily.
And unless they told him not to put that out to the public.
Yeah, because I mean, I know he's put a lot of stuff out, but I don't think he's ever purposely, or I don't think he ever purposely put anything out he thought would hurt the case.
Right.
Now, whose dad came there one time and tried to fix a lock? Or
that was Xana's dad. Was that he changed the locks the weekend before the murders happened?
Yeah, because it was that Father's weekend.
Yeah, the what they call it, family weekend or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was for Father's Day or something.
And
no, that's not right. That was in November. Never mind.
Yeah, I think it was family weekend or whatever it is they call it, where the families can go and visit the students. And so he had went up there, and that's when he changed the lock, and it was like the weekend before it happened, because that's the same weekend that Ethan's parents were there, and that was the last time they seen him. Was that weekend?
Yeah, that was probably just a lock going to her bedroom.
I would think so. But has anybody seen any confirmation if he changed the lock on her bedroom or if it was the front door lock? Because I've heard both.
I think it was a lock on the bedroom, I believe.
Okay. Because I've heard stories that it was the front door. I've heard stories that it was the bedroom door, but I haven't seen any confirmation of which one it was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the bedroom door.
But I mean, if there would have been a camera in there, it seems like, especially if it was in Kaylee's room and he never opened Kaylee's door, it wouldn't have caught him. But if it was anywhere else in that house, I think it would have caught him on that camera.
Right.
and if it called him, it seems like they like the law enforcement would have had him way before they did.
Yeah. See, now if they had an Alexa or something like that, I mean, okay, so when we were in Dallas a couple of weeks ago,
Uh-huh.
I could actually log on and log into my house from there to my Alexa and talk to my cats. But see,
Okay.
now they make smart light bulbs too that you can turn on and off when you're not home.
Girl, let me tell you, my son, my oldest, who's autistic and is all into light bulbs,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I know all about the smart light bulbs.
Yep. I
I've got a
have them.
smart light bulb. You just leave your switch on, and it's got electric eye in it, and
No,
it'll
mine
come and go.
changes color and everything. I have it
Yeah,
all over my house. I like the
but
Yes.
they've
blue.
got them
It's
now where you
relaxing.
can. They've got them now where you could put it looks like a light bulb, and it's a security camera.
Yeah.
That's what the house next to the girls' house had on their
Right.
front door. It was like the kind you screw into
The
the
light
light fixture,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's what they had there because that was called. Somebody took a picture of one of the officers going up to their house up on the top floor of the apartments up there, and they circled that camera
Yeah, I
on the
remember that.
porch.
Seeing that.
Hey, April, how are you? Let's see. Everything in my home is the dumb version. I don't like the smart light bulbs. I'm gonna be honest.
I like them. I
Oh
can
my.
make them dance.
Well, I got it because I thought I was going to be going in and out of town a lot, and if
Hmm.
I wasn't here, it would cut on at I don't know 8 o'clock at night, and it would come back. It would cut off about 6 in the morning,
Right.
then come back on again at 8, whenever sundown was, and it makes it look like somebody's living here while I was gone.
Right. Yeah, my son has them in the living room. We have two light fixtures, and he has two of them, two of the smart light bulbs in there. And I would go in there to vacuum the living room and cut the light switch on, and he's got one side is like blue, the other side is red, and you can't see nothing with a red and a blue light. And I'm
Yeah,
just
that
like,
was
dude,
hard.
I told him, I was like, dude, you gotta get on your phone and put it like the daylights, the brightest one, so I can even see what I'm doing.
Now I have motion detector lights,
Hmm.
and they'll come on if you once you break the zone in the darkness. But I got them up because we'll lose power during one of these tropical or storms or hurricanes.
Right.
That way I can still navigate my way around the house, especially with the stairways.
Yep. We've got those outside too. The motion lights.
Yeah, I've
So,
got the motion lights outside. They even got the
Hmm.
solar ones.
Yep, that's what we got.
Yeah.
what's the best camera you can get that you don't have to pay for a service for? Is there any of them like that? Or do
When
you
you
have
say
to?
camera, you talking about a security camera out in the yard,
Yeah,
or
like if
surveillance
I was
camera?
to get one outside or whatever.
Well, once again, how much you want to spend? I looked at, came close to pulling the trigger on buying it. It was the ones on Amazon, but somebody else out there in the chat
And
will know better.
you don't have to pay like a monthly subscription or anything for that.
Well, now that I can't tell you, but a friend of mine doesn't have to pay for one, but he bought his at the Navy base,
I'm
and
gonna see if I can
and if
find it.
something breaks the zone, he gets a beep.
Yeah.
And he can go out there and look, and it'll be usually a stray cat.
I was reading Scarlett's thing. I woke up one night. My son had his strip lights flashing and the smart lights flashing like he was having a party.
He was.
That would be like me.
Just all different kind of lights going off in the living room and everything else.
Hey, I would enjoy being around your son.
Oh, he can tell you all about lights now. That's like his thing.
I'm just
It's
if
lights.
they have a light bulb I can control from Dallas.
Yeah,
Like
blink
800
cameras.
miles away from me, I can like get some sort of a camera I don't have to pay every month for.
Lady V, the blink cameras. You can look into the chat. That's the ones I was looking at with the Amazon. But there's somebody out there that's got something that's probably way better, and they know more than I could tell you.
Yeah, I just thought maybe Big Al or you might know.
Well, GNE4, read her comment. That might help you.
Where's it? Okay, I have 4 cameras set up with memory cards and no service. Amazon, good quality and inexpensive. Can talk through them too. Okay.
Oh, what are the names of those, Jenny? 4? Keep the change, filthy animal.
And Jen, if you have a link to them, if you want to email it to me, the link, and then I can email it over to Lady V. Because if you try to post a link in the chat, it won't.
Yeah, if you're not a mom.
Yeah, it won't post.
And send one to me.
She's okay. So WYZE, YZ, is that the name of it? K-Brett says I have a very ferocious cat.
Well, I have one of those too. He doesn't.
See flu symptoms because of the cold weather. Oh, Joanne, I'm so sorry. I hope you get to feeling better. Okay, she says she would email it to me, and then once I get it, if I have it after the live, I'll email it. Oh, pronounced wise. Okay, I'll email it out to both of y'all.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me read this article real quick that Riddler sent. Wait, where did Big Al go?
Yeah, he's gone.
I just realized because I had the thing over.
No, he left a few minutes ago, and I figure we probably just got bounced off, and he's coming back in. Maybe power went down where he's at.
Okay, well, he didn't send me a message, but I dropped the link. So I had the article was covering up the StreamYard, so I didn't know that he had dropped. Okay, let me do this. That way I can pull this out, and then I can see if he comes backstage again. Okay. I have to move everything around on my screen. And I don't see him in chat either. Okay, well, maybe he'll grab the link and come back up. Okay, so it says, was FBI telling Bryan Kohberger cross country, and why did Indiana police stop him twice? So 2 December traffic. Okay, wait. Yeah, it was December. I was about to say, wait, they got that all wrong from the start, but it was December. So 2 December traffic stops by Indiana police of the man later charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students were unrelated to any active surveillance or the search for a car similar to the one the suspect drove, according to the state and federal law enforcement agencies. The heavily scrutinized stops of Bryan Kohberger a month after the November murders were instead routine interstate drug trafficking prevention operations by 2 different Indiana police departments, law enforcement officials in the state told the Idaho Statesman. Kohberger and his father were pulled over along eastbound Interstate 70 on December the 15th. As they road tripped more than 2,500 miles from Pullman, Washington to eastern Pennsylvania. Kohberger, 28, at the time was a graduate student at Washington State University and driving his white 2015 Hyundai Elantra when Indiana police officers working independently made the 2 highway stops within 10 minutes just east of Indianapolis. The stops were first revealed in early January, with each on suspicion of following too closely. Police body cam footage released at the time showed Jason Labar, Kohberger's previous public defender in Pennsylvania, told NBC's Today Show in January that he believed the back-to-back police stops were a random coincidence. But in a mix of news reports that cited anonymous sources and speculation on social media have persisted in alleging that the FBI was telling Kohberger and asked that he be pulled over. The FBI has maintained its agents were not involved in the stops, including this week in response to questions about the incident from the Statesman. Sandra Barker, a Salt Lake City-based FBI spokesperson, pointed to past statements from the agency to underscore denials that it played any part in them. Contrary to the reports, the December 15th traffic stops conducted on the vehicle being driven by Bryan Kohberger in Indiana were not requested or directed by the FBI, the FBI's Indianapolis office said in January. Instead, the stops by the Indiana State Police and the Hancock County Sheriff's Office were separate drug interdiction checks. A spokesperson for the Sheriff's Office told the Statesman. Dateline on NBC was first to report that the traffic stops of Kohberger related to the Indiana Law Enforcement Agency's drug trafficking operations. Barker declined to comment on the Dateline report. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' Pennsylvania home on December the 30th, was flown to Idaho January the 4th, and remains in custody in Moscow in the connection with the stabbing deaths of the U of I seniors Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, each 21, junior Xana Kernodle, 20, and freshman Ethan Chapin, 20. Former New York Times reporter Howard Bloom was first to write in a January article for an online publication Airmail that the FBI was in mid-December already tracking Kohberger's every move. Bloom also was working on a forthcoming book about the Moscow homicides. Unknown to either the father or the son, the FBI had been determined to keep a watchful eye on the white Hyundai's trek across America, he wrote. Only sources in law enforcement would confide with a bristle of embarrassment not long after the car had pulled out of Pullman, Washington, they lost it. Bloom told the Statesman he stands by his reporting. The FBI doubled down in disputing Bloom's assertion, which relied upon unnamed law enforcement sources. There are anonymous sources providing false information to the media, an FBI statement said from February read, publishing false information attributable to anonymous sources is not helpful to the case against Kohberger or to the American public. Y'all, I can't even read tonight. Good Lord. Indiana State Police Trooper Christopher Waltz pulled over Kohberger on December the 15th about 10:50 a.m., just down the road from a prior stop by Sergeant Nick Ernest, with the Hancock County Sheriff's Office, the two departments told the Statesman. Ernest's decision to stop the white Elantra with Washington state plates about 10 minutes earlier was simply a part of his routine day, and proactive drug checks were his exclusive assignment that morning. Hancock County Sheriff's Captain Robert Harris told the Statesman. His only task was to seek out and stop vehicles to look for drug trafficking and other interstate criminal activity, Harris, the department spokesperson, said by email. He did not see any of the typical indicators to warrant further investigation for illegal drug activity, so he released the suspect with a verbal warning for following another vehicle too closely. The Indiana State Police's Special Investigations Unit includes a drug enforcement section, and within that group is a full-time interdiction detail, according to the state's website, dedicated to drug addiction issues. Indiana State Police spokesperson Captain Ron Galaves declined to answer questions about the department's drug interception program or Waltz's stop of Kohberger, citing that the department policy against publicly discussing operations. Waltz also declined a Statesman request for an interview through Galaves. But an Indiana State Police report from the incident attained by the Statesman through a public records request confirmed Waltz was on duty at the time as part of the department's drug enforcement section. He reported witnessing a white Elantra driving at an unsafe distance behind a semi-trailer, which turned out to be about 4 miles from where Kohbergers were pulled over just moments before. Indiana State Police looked for signs of possible drug trafficking while making routine traffic stops, according to a presentation on the agency's drug interdiction program. Troopers are instructed to check if drivers have matching license for out-of-state plated vehicles, determine whether the driver and the passenger know one another, and learn about where they are going and why. Well, we all remember he said that they were going to get Thai food. Is what I think Bryan or the dad one told the officer. So at the time of this stop, there was no information available on a suspect for the crime in Idaho to include identifying information or any specific information related to the license plate, state, or number of the white Hyundai Elantra, which was being reported in the media to have been seen in or around where the crime occurred, the Indiana State Police said in a January 3rd press release. On December the 7th, 2022, about 3.5 weeks after the students were found slain at the home on King Road, Moscow police asked for the public's help in finding a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with unknown license plate seen near the off-campus home in the early morning hours of November 13. Investigators believe that the occupant or the occupants of the vehicle may have crucial information to share regarding the case, Moscow police said in the news release. After more review, a forensic examiner with the FBI decided that the suspect's vehicle could be from a 2014 to 2016, according to the probable cause affidavit for Kohberger's arrest. So on the day of the traffic stop, Sergeant Ernest didn't know any about any be on the lookouts for the Moscow Police Department, said Harris, the Hancock County Sheriff's Office spokesperson. He was not directed to stop the vehicle by anyone, and to our knowledge, the car was not under any surveillance. In an email to the Statesman, Bloom says that he's still not entirely convinced that the FBI wasn't already watching Kohberger, regardless of the agency's ongoing denials and the latest information about the interstate drug prevention stops by Indiana police. Bottom line, it seems impossible to me that there was no tail on Kohberger. My sources says that there was, Blum said. Nevertheless, I kind of feel like even when the case goes to trial, we'll never learn the full story of the events leading up to his arrest. And that is true. We probably won't. Okay, Big Al, are you back with us?
Yeah, I don't know for how long. I
Okay.
appear to be in the middle of an upgrade or update or something with my ISP. So
Okay. I didn't even know that you had dropped because I had the whole StreamYard panel covered, so I didn't catch it.
I called in and talked to them, and they said there's a router and a switch down. So it's back up now, but that doesn't mean it's going to stay up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she laughed after she kicked you off.
Ha ha. It's funny when my internet goes out, my freaking cell phone rings within a minute because the alarm doesn't have a connection, the point of sale doesn't have a connection.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just everybody's calling me like, "Is everything okay?"
Liza, no, they only took Bryan's license, looked at him, and then gave them back to him. They didn't even ask for the registration for the car or anything like that, insurance or anything that I remember. And they didn't give him a ticket. They just let him go both times with a warning.
That's basically that's a Terry stop. They're just looking to see if he's nervous. If he would have been nervous, they would have found a reason to search the car.
He looked more nervous about what his dad was saying than
he did.
being pulled over by the police.
Well, and I was going to say too, I said this, but I was on mute. I was like, and that Thai food thing was like out
Very
of
weird.
nowhere. It was a weird thing to say.
Yeah. I mean, it would have made more sense.
That's why I'm wondering. See, that's why I'm wondering if maybe he told his dad, because his dad was acting really weird at that stop. That's the only thing that makes me wonder if he told his dad.
And that's when he starts looking at his dad like funny when the dad starts talking. Yeah, like, dude, you're saying too much. You need to hush it up.
What was their reasonable articulate suspicion for pulling him over? He was tailgating.
Yeah.
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 And that's what they said for both times.
That was a Terry stop. They're just trying to see if he's going to be nervous and give him an excuse.
Yeah, because that was their reason both times for pulling him over, was that he was following too close to the vehicle in front of him.
Louisiana and Arkansas are famous for that shit. They are, for real. After I got pulled over in Louisiana, I did some Googling, man. I found out they take a lot of people's money. You get caught with a pocket full of money in Louisiana, they take it and make you prove it's yours.
Road pirates. That's what they call them on the internet.
You have to prove where the money came from.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just people traveling through their state.
That's
Welcome to Louisiana.
ridiculous.
Welcome to Louisiana. Put your hands on the hood.
I thought you guys were joking.
Oh, no. That's a very real
They'll
thing.
take your money?
Yeah, they will take your money and they will tell you where they're going to bring it to. And it's only if it's large amounts, and you have to prove where you got the money from.
Now, let's say you're on your way somewhere to pick up a new RV. and you're
It's
paying
it's
cash
my
for it,
damn money. If
and
I'm
you've got
gonna care,
you got 50 grand in your car, they're
well,
gonna
that
if
I
they
could
find it,
see.
they're gonna take it.
Yeah.
Yep. And you have to prove that where you got it from, how you got it, like if you're working or
Is it
whatever.
drugs? Yeah.
And if you're going, like he's saying, like let's just say you're going to pick up a part or something like that, you have to prove that that's where you're going to get it before they will give your money back to you.
There's a guy out in one of the
Dateline
western
thing on that.
states. He
Well,
had
that actually makes
$10,000
sense.
and they took it.
There's a thing of a vet on YouTube, and I forget what
That's
state
the one
he
I
was in.
saw. Yeah, Big
Yeah,
Al.
he was a vet. It was his life savings,
Yeah, it was his life
and they
savings.
just
And
took it from him.
Wow.
I didn't see
They
anything
just
where he looked
seized
like
it.
a drug dealer, but they
No.
grabbed it and went. They said,
They
well,
did
we're
it because
taking
they can.
Right. He still hasn't got it returned.
Oh, Jesus.
Still.
That's
Wow.
horrible.
At least that was the last thing I saw, and it still has not been
That's
returned.
absolutely it's horrible.
That's literally highway robbery right there.
Yep.
Let's see. I just saw. Where did it go? Yeah, that article or the thing about the aliens, that was real. I'm not saying the aliens were real, but the whole video and
I was going to say, you better hit the brakes.
yeah, not saying that
was
there was
not
really
the opinion of the channel.
yeah, not saying that there was really aliens in them people's backyard, but it was something blue falling through the sky that was called on the officer's body cam. And then
The
people
only thing
call,
on camera is some sort of falling sparky
yeah,
object.
and that people really did call 911 and said that there was 8 foot people in their backyard with big eyes.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I can't believe nobody shot at them.
Yeah, I can't either.
I can't believe there was no pictures taken of them.
Simba wants to know where they can find that body cam at.
It's a video out of ABC Las Vegas, I want to say.
I think they said it was all over Twitter too, Simba.
Yeah, it's all over Twitter.
I don't have a wrench, so I can't drop it in there.
What was that article from, Big Al, that you played the video? Do you still have it?
I'm looking.
Okay. If you have it, just drop it in the chat.
Well, that's true. We are aliens to other animals. You're absolutely right. I can't imagine what ants think of us. They're like, no, don't stop on me.
All right. I will drop the video address in the chat as requested.
Thank you.
There you go, guys. That's a link to the tweet with the video. It looks like it's CBS 8 out of Las Vegas. I was wrong. I thought it was ABC.
That's hilarious. See, I keep telling my husband we have a zombie apocalypse, and I was wrong.
It's
It's the
Bigfoot.
alien
Bigfoot is
apocalypse.
next. Bigfoot is next. I live in one of the biggest Bigfoot areas in the country.
Yeah, you do.
Lots of Bigfoot sightings up here. Bigfoot's next.
Eliza said it's all over YouTube also. Videos
Is
of
it?
his. Yeah. Ray, I'm doing good, thank you. I can't believe that they're calling 911, but they're not taking pictures.
It's like
of
the War of
this.
the Worlds, man.
Lauren, you won't be able to drop links in the chat. Only the mods can do that. But if you want you want it to be dropped, you can email it to me, and I can drop it. Let's see. I think we've always had aliens. It's real.
Jamie, I agree.
Kate Brad says, I come in peace.
I come in peace.
Wait,
I come
new
in
video
pieces.
of circle patterns in backyard where UFOs supposedly landed. Lauren, the Nightbot just dropped it, but it's also pinned at the top of the chat. Like, the young man that made the 911 call did a follow-up YouTube video. Jen, do you know what his YouTube channel name is?
I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I would like to know. Like,
New video of circle patterns in backyard where
Well,
UFO was
that
supposedly
same
landed.
circle pattern can be made from a helicopter landing or any kind of rotary aircraft.
see, from the cost reaction, he definitely something fall from the sky. He got a little freaked out. Yeah, I mean, he literally, as soon as he seen it, when he was talking to that dude, he just like forgot about the dude that he was talking to on the side
I
of the
think my
street.
favorite part was he's like, hey, if they come back, don't call us. Just handle this shit yourself. We're out.
He told the people, he was like, I know this is going to be a crazy question, but how do you ask them, did y'all see anything fall from the sky tonight?
Yeah. Normally I wouldn't ask, but
Oh yeah, Lauren, that may be the one that that Big Al had playing up here, where they blacked out the backyard because they said it was private property. You didn't watch the blue light. Yeah, Liza, I seen it on the body cam, the officer's camera.
This thing going viral, man.
oh yeah, it's today's distraction from whatever else they
Yeah, other things they don't want us to see.
or talk about or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you Lost? Did you see the video that happened over in France
Oh.
of the guy on the playground stabbing the babies in the baby strollers?
No, I didn't. I didn't see a video, but I did see where
They
somebody
pulled it off of
posted
Twitter.
about it. Yeah,
They
so,
pulled it off of Twitter. It was horrific. Horrific. No one fought. Nobody. One guy fought back against this guy. Everyone else stood there with their damn phones in their hands,
What was
recording
he
him running
doing?
around with a knife, stabbing people.
Oh my Lord.
It was the craziest thing I've ever seen, and I'm hating myself now because I was just waking up when I saw it. I should have grabbed the feed and saved the video because I mean not because I want to really watch it again, but that
Yeah,
should
no,
be
I get
available
what you're
for people
saying.
to see how crazy this guy was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy.
Rich is like, they made a wrong turn going to Area 51. Damn
Right?
GPS.
Yeah, I seen where somebody, I guess they had retweeted the video you're talking about in France, and
Yeah.
they were talking about that it had been taken down.
Yeah, they went through Twitter and YouTube and just took it down. I mean, it was simultaneous.
But I mean, why would somebody post something like that on social media though?
It was right around the time when the information about Instagram was like really popping off.
That is crazy. Let's see, the YouTube channel Alien Society 51 is the guy's YouTube account from the. Okay, let me write that down. Oh shit, my pen's not writing. I gotta get some more pens, y'all. I don't want to do every e-pen I have in my house.
Oh, I have tons around me. It's like I'm afraid I'm going to run out of pens or something.
Usually I have a lot here, but
I think it's Alien Society 41, not 51.
okay,
Wow.
41.
I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I can't. 51 isn't coming out.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was looking for it too.
Let's see here.
Okay, so do you guys believe in them or not?
I think if anyone believes that we're the only organism with a brain in the vast thing that is the universe, that's pretty silly. I think there's no way in all that vastness we're the only ones because we're kind of a bunch of fuck ups. There's got to be somebody out there getting it right.
So the only thing is, if they're so far advanced that they can come here, they would look at us like little piss ants that,
Oh, for sure.
Like we do regular ants. It's like you step on them, no big deal.
Right.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, here's a crazy body cam. Captures UFO. Okay, that's the same one we saw.
Let's see. I think this is the same one.
Here's one from Channel 8 News in Las Vegas that says, let me share this.
Okay, this is the same one.
Okay, see if the one I just sent you is the same one.
No, this isn't the same one that Big Al played.
What channel is it? Should be down on the bottom.
Channel
right
8 is all it says. Hold on, I gotta go back to the beginning, but I gotta get past the music. Okay.
Darn copyright strikes.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm past it. Okay. All right, let me pull this one up. This one shows the things in the backyard. Wait, where did it go now? Okay, here we go. The video emailed you. Okay, thank you, Lauren.
Same station, different video.
Okay. Laza says Channel 8 Las Vegas. Okay. And this one is like 4.5 minutes long. I think the one you played was like 3, right?
Yeah, it was 3.5.
Okay, we'll play this one.
Alleged sighting of strange creatures in the backyard of a Northwest Valley home.
So it was last night that 8 News Now investigator David Charnes reported about how Metro Police responded back on May 1st after receiving a strange call from a very frightened family. Well, our report generated a global response, and now piecing together the sequence of events has been kind of tricky, in part because the primary witnesses have been almost as elusive as the beings they say they encountered. Chief Investigator George Knapp is as perplexed as the rest of us, George.
As you know, this is not our first UFO rodeo. We first heard about the incident in early May via the Metro Police grapevine. The incident has a lot in common with other bizarre cases from around the world: an alleged crash, strange beings, and bits and pieces that don't make sense. But the police took this seriously, and so do we. Just before midnight on April 30th, skywatchers across several western states saw a bright fireball streak through the heavens. A police officer working in the Northwest Valley caught a glimpse of the colorful object on his body cam. At nearly the same time, a Ring camera in the area recorded a strange noise and what sounds like a crash. One family living in a ranch-style home had a much closer view of the object. Two brothers and their father were working on a vehicle in their yard when they caught a glimpse of a sparkly object as it came crashing down, then were hit by what they describe as a shockwave. One of the witnesses, a young man named Angel, has stated when the brothers looked into the yard where the object landed, that spot was obscured and blurry, as if by unknown form of camouflage. What they saw next prompted a frantic call to 911.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
8 News Now investigators have spoken with family members multiple times in the past 4 weeks, but each of the 3 times we accepted their invitation to do an interview, they didn't answer the door or their phone. These are some of the claims they've made in other public forums. Multiple family members backed up the story in an initial police report we obtained. Angel says they heard the patter of multiple feet in the yard. They later heard footsteps on their roof. They saw one of the 8-foot-tall creatures climb behind the controls of a large front loader stored in the yard, as if trying to engage it. He got a good look at one of the creatures, he said, a greenish-grayish being with large eyes and long legs. He says he could hear its deep breaths, and when he locked eyes, he was, in essence, frozen in place, couldn't move. In the middle of the yard, where the object had crashed, then vanished, a circular impression was left in the soil.
Okay, where is this on your property?
Metro sources say the police dispatcher initially wondered whether to send a crisis intervention team to help the troubled witness, but then took the incident seriously. 2 officers arrived 38 minutes after the call, and by then had heard from other officers. They proceeded cautiously and managed some nervous laughs.
I ain't dealing with that.
A few days later, the family says 2 Metro sergeants returned to the scene to ask follow-up questions. The family says they also saw men in suits and sunglasses driving in a car with government plates cruising slowly past the house in the following days. Nellis and Creech have denied any interest or involvement with the incident. Metro has indicated they believe the family that something crashed in their yard. But what?
You mentioned, George, in that piece that, they were frozen because so many people have been critical of, like, why didn't they get their phone out? Why didn't they shoot the video? Do we know if there's even any video of this incident?
Yes and no. So there's a surveillance camera in the backyard. The property owner keeps that because he's got a lot of expensive equipment there. What we were told is that at the moment this thing comes down and crash, this camera went out, and it was out for a couple of minutes. When it came back on, the object was gone, but the circle was there. We've been told by Angel in multiple phone conversations that he shot video of the creatures. We haven't seen it, and we don't know anybody else who's seen it yet, so maybe he'll release it at some point.
It's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, all over.
All right, George, thanks.
You know what's amazing about the whole thing? You look at the overhead of the neighborhood, it crashed in the one spot
that was open.
That was wide open. The one spot.
Like with the biggest yard.
There's just nowhere else, anywhere around there it could have crashed. It crashed in that one spot. And you can't say it landed if you're saying what was falling out of the sky, because that was just falling straight down.
And then they see the guys with black suits, sunglasses, and black government vehicles.
Yeah. Was Will Smith in the area? I don't know.
We laugh. They will be getting a visit.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be getting a visit. They probably already had one. But it's just...
I mean, no doubt. The cop in the body cam footage seen something falling out of the sky, but I just, hey, misbehaving, how are you?
I can lay out on my back deck and see 30 things shooting across the sky in one night. You know, they're not as that bright, but I mean, there's things that re-enter all the time that, you know, it's a shooting star. Maybe I don't know. Just the aliens thing. I just don't get it. Seems rather convenient in their timing.
Yes. We'll just leave it at that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, what I was asking you about going live.
I
was wondering what the requirements are for a channel to run a live stream. Do you have to have so many subscribers, or how does that work? I have no idea.
Okay, if you do it through StreamYard, you don't have to have 1,000 subs.
Oh, okay.
If you do it on your phone through YouTube, you have to have at least 1,000 subs to do it through your phone without StreamYard.
I think the conversation I want to have is best had on like a burner YouTube, because they're gonna kill it for sure.
Okay, hold on. Lady V is wanting me to kick her from the studio and then bring her back up. But yeah, if like whenever I started, I didn't have that many subs.
Right.
And as long as you're doing it through StreamYard or what is the other, Streamlabs or something like that, you can do it and you don't have to have 1,000.
So you just got to pay for StreamYard.
Yeah, which the one I pay for is like $25 a month.
Yeah, it's not that much.
So
I don't care about the money. I just don't want to lose my main Google account.
Right.
Having a conversation about current events.
Right.
You know, because that'll happen. I mean, it's just there's nothing out there on YouTube about any of this stuff that's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I wish I could find that one that I don't remember if it was Santa or Maddie's dad that was singing.
Don Shell, the free version of the StreamYard, I want to say that they only give you 20 hours.
I think. Or 2 hours. I was looking into that. I could be wrong. You know more.
I think it's 20 hours of streaming a month.
Well, that'd probably be 2 lives for the topics I've got.
Right. I mean, because I was doing it in the very beginning. I was just using the free version just to see how I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was only doing like an hour and a half to 2 hour lives in the very beginning. and then once I made sure that I liked it, and because I'm just not going to pay money if I don't like it, and so once I figured out how to work it all and that I liked it and it worked good with my internet and all that, then I started paying the monthly thing for it. Because I also tried what is the other Restream, and it's basically like StreamYard, but my internet wouldn't keep it going.
Oh, you're talking
So
about Restream.io?
yeah,
Yeah.
They
and
also have one that's called Prisma or something.
I've never heard of that one.
I'll write that one down. You said Restream?
Yeah, Restream.io. I forget what the one that we had for the podcast was, because we would be live on like
Was it
6 different
Streamlabs?
platforms. It might have been Streamlabs. We were like, I didn't do the production end of it. Somebody else did from another location.
Yeah, Streamlabs. So yeah, I've seen that one too. Because I've been trying to check into something because I'm going. I'm bringing my Nail Elegance by Lady B. I'm bringing that live. I want to take it live and like do nails and have people come up and just chit chat. Maybe I can brighten somebody's world for a few minutes or something too.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. You know, there's so many people that since COVID especially, they don't get out.
You could
So
just put a camera on the art that you're doing, and people would pay to watch it.
yeah,
That is true.
They would,
But
for real.
yeah,
No
no,
joke.
yeah, no. I mean, I get that, but I thought I would do that. But at the same time, if anybody
Yeah,
wants
chit
to
chat.
come up and talk, because you know, there's some people that, okay, my husband's aunt and uncle, they just started getting out from COVID, just started now.
Yeah, we got a few people around here that are like that too. I see them once in a while wandering with masks on, and
Mm-hmm. So it's like you don't know. You might be the only person they ever really talked to in a year. You know, you'd be amazed.
yeah, I still get phone calls. Can you bring it out to my, can you bring the food out to my car?
Mm-hmm.
They'll pay over the phone and just slide it through the window. All right, see you next time.
Right. So you know, I just thought it might be a. Well, it's for my
I would encourage
grandkids
that. I
too.
think you do well.
Yeah, because I mean, just going through YouTube, there's a lot of videos on there that is the nail art and stuff like that
Yep.
that
Oh
get
yeah,
a lot of views.
yeah. And you haven't seen mine, but mine are. I mean, I'm a blingy person, so
Oh boy.
they're blingy and they're long. I
So
have
you don't
like
want to
2
set
inch
down your
nails.
cell phone around you, come back and the thing will be all bedazzled out.
Exactly.
My
So
niece did that to my phone case one time. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you. Get over here."
I was doing my sunglasses the other day. I get
Yeah.
these reborn babies and they have these magnetic pacifiers, and I was getting ready to send a couple to my granddaughters, and I had to bling out their pacifiers before I could send it to them.
Oh, that's great.
People pay like $30, $40, $50 for a pacifier that's blinged out like that.
Wow.
I'm like, why? You're in the nail art world. Why don't you just glue them on yourself? I mean,
Well, geez, you should be selling them on eBay then.
yeah,
You could have made 10 of those by now just tonight alone during this live.
yeah. That my husband doesn't want me to make any money like that.
Oh.
We own our own company. The last thing he wants to do is run another business part of it.
Right.
And I'm like a Taurus, so I love money, but I hate to deal with it. So I'm like, you deal with it. Just give me my allowance. Tell me when I can spend money, put it on my debit card, and or be good.
Well, I got a long Friday tomorrow. I'm going to call it an early night.
Yeah, you sound tired.
Okay.
I am tired. It was a long day. Today was a really long day. So tomorrow's going to be a really long day. Tomorrow we're open first night late night kitchen. So,
Is it hot there?
no, actually we've got really mild in the 70s temps right now, which is it's just fabulous. But
Well,
I know
it's 1 o'clock.
Tomorrow we open at 11 in the morning. And we're open till 1 in the morning. So tomorrow will be a long day.
Oh wow.
It's like 1 o'clock here now. It's still 71 degrees. It got really hot today.
Yeah, no, I think we're in the 70s all weekend. Might get high 70s on Saturday or something, but pretty chill this week. It's like global warming. That was last week for us, though. This week it's not global warming.
It says it's 72 here, and I don't believe it. It is like hot.
Well, you guys got the freaking 99.8% humidity.
Yeah, it was really humid at about 10 o'clock tonight. I was outside and it was humid, really bad.
That's what
can
we
handle
did
the
here,
heat.
too.
I can't handle that humidity. I just can't. I go
Yeah.
outside and it's in every breath. It just
Mhm.
you instantly sweat. It's just horrible.
Yep, that's how it is down here. And it gets so bad sometimes you walk outside and you can't breathe at all.
Yeah.
You have to turn around and go right back in.
That's how it was when I lived in inland Florida. I was like, oh God, get me to the water quick. At least
I
next
have
to the
problems
water,
with
you got some
humidity.
relief in the air. And the central Florida is just it's just as bad as Louisiana.
Yeah, it's horrible here.
Alaska, Florida.
Well, you guys have a wonderful night. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Click that thumbs up
You
if
too.
you haven't yet.
All right, have a good night.
And we'll see you
Have a
tomorrow.
good night.
All right, we'll see you.
All right. Okay, Riddler, I can barely hear you when you're
Can you hear me
talking.
better now?
Yeah, I can now. It
There
was
we
like
go.
you were away from your mic.
Yeah, that's what it was. The boom was up.
Oh, okay.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
Sally Mae wants to know if we can talk about the Kingsbury case.
Yes. Let me get off of this video that I was just playing.
That was just horrible.
Yeah, they actually arrested her, I guess, ex-boyfriend, the baby's daddy, yesterday. And it was put out that he hadn't been formally charged yet, but there was articles coming out saying that he was charged with second-degree murder. And they had found a body like 40 miles, I believe it was, south of where she went missing. And then it was confirmed today that the body was her.
Yeah, that's so heartbreaking. I caught that.
And so now these two kids, one is 5 and one is 2, they don't have either one of their parents.
Where's the mom?
She's dead.
Okay, maybe I didn't hear all of this. Was it the mom and the child?
No, okay. So Madeline Kingsbury is a woman that went missing in Wisconsin, and it was the baby's daddy. They wasn't together anymore, but they had taken. Hey, Gina Marie, how are you? They had taken the kids to daycare that morning, and she leaves, goes back home. Him and her back to her house.
Yeah.
And she goes missing. He claims that he took her van and went and ran some errands, and when he came back, she wasn't at home.
Right.
And so they started searching for her. They've had weekend searches and all this, and like the different areas. The kids were taken. He actually took them back to his parents' house, and then family services came and took them. The kids were then placed with Madeline's parents, and he went to court, tried to get on custody of him, because to begin with he had no parental consent, and the court didn't give it to him, thank God, because he would have probably took the kids and ran.
Right.
And then it was said yesterday that he was arrested after the remains were found, and then they confirmed
Of the wife?
Well, it was his ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
But it was the mother of his kids. Hey, Tonka.
Okay. I don't know why I was under the impression it was a little girl that was lost. I didn't realize it was the same one. I've been they were having a garage sale for the youth today at the church, so I was up there most of the day.
Let me see. I got the article about it. Let me pull it up here real quick.
I think it's because it was Madeline, and I always think Madeline McCain, and so I associate that with the young child.
Right. Let's see. So missing mom Madeline Kingsbury's body is found. Her ex is arrested. The 2-month search for Madeline Kingsbury ended tragically Wednesday with the discovery of her body and the arrest of her ex-boyfriend. Finally, Kingsbury's sister Megan said on TikTok, "We're glad that he's in custody. He's not walking around a free man anymore." Kingsbury, 26, a research coordinator at the Mayo Clinic, was last seen on the morning of March 31st dropping her kids off at daycare with their father Adam Fravel, a software engineer. He told the cops that he then went back to her apartment in Winona, and then he left to run errands, only to find that she was gone when he returned. And I don't think there was anybody out there, Eliza, have a good night, that believed that he didn't have something to do with her disappearance. Let's see. From the start, police said that they feared for Kingsbury's safety, calling her disappearance involuntary and suspicious. Her cell phone, wallet, and the ID were found in the home, and there was no indication that she had traveled on foot or by car. 12 days after Kingsbury's disappearance, Fravel issued a statement denying that he had anything to do with it. Over the course of the last 12 days, my family and I have been subject to a myriad of accusations regarding the disappearance of the mother of my children, Maddie Kingsbury, he said. During these last 12 days, I have cooperated with law enforcement at every turn, including sitting down for multiple interviews with the Winona County law enforcement. I did not have anything to do with Maddie's disappearance. I want the mother of my 5-year-old and 2-year-old to be found and brought home safely. I want that more than anything. Fravel said that his absence at the press conferences and the community searches had been misinterpreted as a sign of guilt that could not be further from the truth, he added. Weeks later, Fravel petitioned for custody of the kids and was turned down. And on Wednesday afternoon, a Fillmore County Sheriff's deputy, acting on information gleaned during the investigation, found human remains in some brush off Highway 43 in Mayville, Minnesota. Because of this, law enforcement personnel have arrested Adam Fravel on probable cause in connection to her disappearance, and Winona police said on the Facebook. They said that authorities were working to definitely identify the body, and Megan Kingsbury said in a statement on Thursday that the match was made. We're relieved that Maddie has been found after months of intensive searching and grateful for the extraordinary efforts by the law enforcement, other first responders, and volunteers, the statement said. We're certain that the correct person has been arrested and will be appropriately charged and convicted of his crimes. Things are moving in the right direction there, and we look forward to getting justice for Madeline. But for right now, we will mourn as a family and properly and respectfully lay her to rest.
Wow.
So I'm glad that they did not give him custody of those babies.
Oh, yeah. Heavens only knows what he would have done. Okay, so Donchella, does anybody who wants to make a statement about all the times they sat down with law enforcement is sus to me. Even if I did do something, I'd still get a lawyer because hello, real world, he didn't. What does that mean? I'm confused.
He would just come out and make statements. He didn't have an attorney or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I must have been way off this. I mean, I remember it, but I must have been really not focused on it very well.
Yeah, as soon as that, her missing had started coming out, I had talked about it one night on a live. And like I said, nobody that I can even think of believed anything that man said. I mean, he went with her to drop the babies off at daycare. Allegedly, they went back to her apartment, and then he claims that he left and ran errands in her vehicle, and she was at home, and when he came back, she was gone, which nobody believed. And the police were saying she didn't leave on foot. They didn't think she left by vehicle, but it was said that some people in the neighborhood had seen her van backed into the garage, and that's when people think that he put her body in the back of the van and drove out, and nobody would have been able to see her in there.
Didn't they find out from Chris Roth that doesn't work very well?
People are just crazy.
With all the cameras and everything nowadays, I just don't see how people think they're going to get by with it.
I know.
I mean, people do, but you know.
Yeah. Her sister who spoke out even seemed to think he had. Yeah, I think the sister Jamie thought from the very beginning that he had something to do with it. I think everybody did, honestly. Like I said, and there's just I don't understand the craziness that's going on in this world.
I don't either.
It's just it's
You kind of think, well, maybe it's because we have more access to more information, but I don't think so. I think that's mine's not free. Okay, thank you, P Fox. Um, what was I saying?
about people
Oh,
having more access to it now.
yeah, I think, at first I was thinking that, and I think it's partially true. It's because, we get instant access to whatever goes on, right? But
Hmm.
I think it's just getting worse on top of it. I don't think that's all it is. I think it's seriously getting worse about it.
I do too. I really do, and it's a shame. And I don't, and I can't remember who said this in the very beginning, but uh, not long after she had went missing and like the kids were taken away from him and everything, people were saying that maybe he did it to try to get custody of the kids because he had no parental consent. And that's what he was trying to do, but I mean, it didn't work out for him.
Well,
He
he definitely,
still didn't get them.
yeah, he doesn't need those kids. Heavens only knows what he would have done with them.
Right. I think he would have ran with them.
Yeah, I do too.
Let's see. I mean, look at Harmony Montgomery's case where a new stuff is coming out all the time. That poor little girl. See, we need her parents to get a license to have children. We need parents to get a license to have children. Or how about don't? And didn't it come out today that they Adam Montgomery, he was found guilty on all of his charges? I think I've seen that somewhere today.
Let me ask you a question, Don. So, okay, first off, I'd like to ask, do you think government has too much of their hands in our lives nowadays? Because I feel like the government has too much say so over me.
Well, I do
And if
too.
we have to have a license to become pregnant, that reminds me of a totalitarian nation that you you have to have a license to have a baby. I mean, it's good in theory. What you're saying is good in theory, but it's just one more way for them to control every aspect of our life.
Lady
Yeah,
V.
but we can ask them. We can tell them how much. Remind them who they work for. No, they don't give a hoot. They're just going to do whatever they want to. Unfortunately, but I'll get off of politics.
Yeah, we need to keep the political stuff out because YouTube is getting strict on that. Let's see. Agree. Yeah, some people just shouldn't have kids. I agree with that. They really shouldn't because, like, they have them. Just like the girl that. Do y'all remember the girl who had the baby, who was like a newborn, and she was caught on camera pulling up to a dumpster and she threw the baby in the dumpster? And later on that night, some more people had stopped to throw their trash away and they heard the baby crying and got him out. Well, now that girl who threw the baby in the dumpster is wanting her baby back. It's crazy. Riddler, what was you about to say?
Never mind.
Oh, okay. Let's see, YouTube is so strict on it because I have many friends who they live over on Rumble. Yeah, Don, I've kind of looked into Rumble a little bit. Um, I may start doing some stuff over there. I need to start doing some stuff on my other channel. So if I was to go live during the day on my other channel, How many of y'all would be able to make it to those? Just to talk about different things. Ow. Let's see. Rumble is a good backup to have because Section 30 needs to be amended. Companies will continue to have much power. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna for sure check into it. Like I said, I checked into it a little bit the other day, but I was busy, and so I didn't get to really look too much into it. But just Jamie is saying they would. Sally Mae says afternoon. Just put a 1 in the chat if y'all would be able to make it to a daytime live on the other channel. And if I get enough people that can make it, then we can figure out a time that would be good for everybody.
Did you look into Patreon?
I have set up a Patreon. I think I confirmed everything on it. I just haven't put it out yet.
Because that's where a lot of the YouTubers are going. I know that's where Grizzly's going, and Brittany now has one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, who else?
Jay, I'm gonna drop it. They were asking what the other channel. Okay,
Yeah.
Jay, there's the other channel. It's just Sweet Tea and Chat. It's the name of it.
I'm already subbed to that one. I subbed a long time ago.
Snap Sharon, there is the link right there. Nightbot just dropped it.
I mean, it costs $1
for Patreon. Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah. I think it costs $1 for each membership or whatever you have. Now I don't know if people just put the $1 or $3 or $5. Oh, I think Melissa Jade might have one.
Yeah, you can. I think you can set your monthly membership price. There's like some people that have it for like $50 a month.
Ooh, shoot.
That's yeah. Thank you, Summer. Jay,
That's
you're
a
very
lot of
welcome,
money.
and oh snap, you're very welcome. Yeah, I wouldn't set mine that high.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I think when it comes to this stuff, Grizzly really has a good idea. She keeps her stuff at like $1. You end up with more people doing it for $1 than subbing for $3 even.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean it makes it more affordable for people. Thank you, Jay. Sweet Melissa says she has been subbed to that one for a while.
Yeah, I've been subbed to that one for months.
Let's see. Although I'm a member of our Patreon, I seem to miss everything over there because I can't get the app to let me log in. Yeah, I set it up and everything, the Patreon. I think I did that like 2 months ago. And I haven't done anything with it.
Well, I know that when Brittany does hers, we can end up watching it on YouTube too somehow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's see, Annie Elise has $1.99 tier because when YouTube was demonetized all of the true crime channels, it gave them a place to upload there and they could still meet probably more. Yeah, and I think over there you can pretty much say whatever you want.
Yeah, you can.
There, and I
So
think
far.
Rumble as well. So I may
You
finish.
better watch it. They might lose their platform. They might be moved to something else if they don't stop.
Right.
Riddler, are you there? Did you go to sleep?
Riddler's here.
Oh,
just listening, y'all. Yeah.
Do you know Valerie Knox?
Pardon me. Do I know who?
Valerie Knox.
Oh yeah, I think the world of her. How's she
Yeah.
doing?
She's doing good. She's, I think, going to be having another life here pretty soon. Do you know who she is, Scarlett?
Is she the one that's on Brittany's panel?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, not any longer. Not
Oh,
Okay.
okay,
not for
okay.
months and months and months. No,
Oh, okay.
that's
This is
Mallory.
okay. That's who I'm thinking about, it's Mallory.
Yeah,
I
Mallory.
want to say that maybe I've seen her around in other chats. I don't know.
Yeah, you'll have to check out her channel. It's Valerie Knoxx. She
Okay.
she got demonetized for some little bitty something. I think she was like you. I mean, she was watching out for music, but she was playing this one song on this video that she was watching, and I think they struck her for that. And then they looked into her and said, "Well, even though we don't say all those bad words, we still she was like still demonetized and for it. So she's trying to get back on the platform again."
I was wondering what happened to her because I haven't seen her in probably about a month.
Yeah, well, she's starting to get back on now. She just can't. Just can't make any money on it. It's not monetized.
All right, and I think on my Patreon, I believe I set mine up for $1.99 a month.
Now, let me ask you this: my buddies, they all have one, and they have commercials, and they got sponsors, and they say, "Oh, this is being sponsored by Blue Chew," because you got a bunch of guys on there, and then they'll come out and say, "This is sponsored by some kind of vegetable thing you mix with water, and it's green vegetables that you drink, good
Uh,
vitamins." And I don't see that on the crime channels, but I see it on theirs. That's why everybody's channel, I always say hit the thumbs up because theirs is all coming up to the top when I open my YouTube up because they're getting
mhm.
more thumbs up. And if the crime community wants to see more of these channels, that's what they're gonna have to start doing, hitting those thumbs up.
Yeah, that's very true.
I'm trying to get signed into my Patreon to see if that is what it is. $1.99 a month, and I don't even remember my password now. Good
Sounds
Lord.
like me.
I don't even remember which email. Oh, wait. Am I in? Maybe I'm in. Hold on just a second, y'all.
Yeah, there's a lot of people going over to Patreon because of that.
Well, I can't figure it out on one end. They got music on there that says the words we're banned from saying.
Yeah,
And it's playing right on YouTube. And
I know.
and there's so much things that are on there. They got movies on there doing and saying what we're banned from saying or typing.
Oh, on Patreon?
No, right here on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand why some channels can get by with saying every single word, like the red rum and the red stuff and unaliving and all of this business that we don't even say, and they don't get struck. But you let one of ours say something and you get struck pretty much immediately. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, maybe I am in on my account now. Let me see what it is. Uh, hmm. Or maybe I didn't set that part up yet. I could have swore I set it up, but maybe I didn't. I'll have to work with it with the Patreon,
Mm-hmm.
and once I get it all set up, um, then I'll put the link out.
Yeah. I mean, because that looks like maybe the next big platform.
Hmm. Yeah, it's got. I have my name and I did all that, but I just didn't. I didn't. I guess finish the setup thing or whatever.
I agree with you,
I
Don
just
Shell.
getting going.
I agree with you.
Let's see. It boggles my mind that you guys can play a clip from News Nation where they don't have a censor. But then when you talk about it, you have to say instead of illegal term. Yeah. Hey, Ray Jones, how are you? Yeah, they've got where they're strict on a lot of stuff now.
Yeah, it's getting to the point the restrictions are so much you can't even hardly talk anymore.
Right.
I got a buddy of mine, Jimmy Cornette, and he's going through a drive-through. It's at Dairy Queen. If you Google that, I'm not going to repeat it on here. How does he get away with all that?
Yeah, I don't see. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, he's saying every profanity word at the girl at the drive or the lady at the drive-through, and it plays over and over, and he gets all these thumbs up and all these extra comments. Nobody says a word. And when I got over here, I said, "Why are they saying red rum?
Yeah.
Why are they saying unalive?"
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then they've got people that do those, musics that they've never heard before and stuff, and they play it on there. And it's like, what? Why are they still
Sure.
up there? If we play like 10 seconds, we're being struck.
I mean, I like listening to AC/DC, but go
Oh
listen to
yeah,
their song "Dirty D's Done Dirt Cheap,"
I like that song.
and I love that song. They need to just come out with a list. These are the 100 words you can't say.
Yeah, then we can
Right.
put it in the algorithm and just like if it's said, it'll just like make it go away.
Thank you, Ray. Let's see. Channel keep it. I can only imagine how hard it is to have a channel, keep it running, and keep out trolls. I appreciate what you do, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we don't
Yeah.
have a whole lot of problem with trolls here.
No, we don't.
Just
They're all sleeping right now.
yeah, I mean, every now and then we'll have some come in, and me or the mods will have to boot them. But for the most part, I've never had a big issue with it.
How much is your oh, you've got 4,500. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you don't have more trolls with
Yeah, I
4,500.
mean, like I said, every now and then they'll come in, or somebody will come in and say something that they shouldn't say, and I'll kick them. But so Scarlett said that if she just plays an intro of news channel with their music, they will grab over copyright. Yeah, I make
Exactly.
sure. Yeah, any video that I play, if there's like some of the news stations will have like a little bit of the music at the front of it, which is just like their news channel music or whatever. I still make sure I get past it. Yeah, Sally Mae, that go to the corner.
Yeah, I mean, because there's some, okay, so like, all right, like you have like Queen Bee and you have what, Perplexed, and you have like all of these shows that like, I forget this other lady, but I don't watch them. I used to watch Laura every now and then, but that got crazy. So it's like they just say whatever they want to on there and they never get struck. It's like, how do you guys get by with all that profanity and everything? And if we
Yeah,
say
I
a
don't know.
bad word, we're getting hit.
And how are DJs playing music at nightclubs? They don't have copyrights. But yeah, if you play music in here, that they can strike you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that there is some YouTube channels that have copyright-free music that they will allow anybody else on YouTube to use.
Right.
Um, I'm actually subscribed to one of them. I forgot what the name of the channel is, but everything on their channel is copyright-free, and they make the music themselves, which a lot of it sounds really good. And they said that if you do happen to get a strike for it, just get in touch with them, and they will help you get rid of the strike.
Oh, that's cool.
Right.
Well,
And
the one I watch is Brad and Lex, and they got 2 strikes, and they got a big following. And someone told them, "Here's the lawyer to call. He'll get you out of it."
oh
And
wow.
so they announced after about 2 weeks we're coming back.
Before I forget, Hold on, I'm responding to a text. I do need to start doing like a members only live at least
Yeah.
once a week. Let me just I'm gonna do a poll because we did
And
this
if you do
before.
that on your other channel, you can cover.
Well, I have to do the members only one on this one because the other one is not.
Oh, it's not okay.
Yeah, it's not monetized yet. But I'm gonna do a poll. That way I can kind of narrow it down what night would be good for everybody. And then we'll go for a time and then we'll start doing the members only. Okay. Let's see. I think it'll only allow me to put so many options on here. I'm not going to do Wednesday because I know that there possibly is some people who may go to church or something like that. Let's see. No, I'm not going to do Thursdays either. I'm not going to do a Thursday, Friday, or a Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, or Sunday. Okay, I'm going to put Wednesday in here.
You scare me when you do that. I think, oh my gosh, I've lost her.
Oh, no, you can see whenever I mute. If you look on the bottom underneath the panel, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was looking for something on YouTube, and so it went mute, and that's the first thing I did was look to see.
Okay, so everybody, let's figure out a night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday. And then we'll go from there, and then we'll figure out a time, and then that's what we'll start doing.
I'm good. I'm home almost all the time, honey. It doesn't matter to me. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna send this to you guys. It looks really bad.
Okay. Eric, do you need the members link for iPhone or just like for Android? Thank you, Don. Really deserve way more subs. Thank you, Summer.
You guys need to watch that. That looks really horrific.
Okay, I'll check it out in just a second.
I just ran across it while I was looking for something else. I'm like, oh my word.
All right, I'm gonna drop the link for that's the regular. Let me if Nightbot hurry up and pops it up. Okay, and then King Scarlet posted the one for the iPhone. And I'll let the poll go for a few minutes and then we'll figure out. And yeah, the membership link is in my description below each one of the lives. And then I think there's a join button on that's my front page of my channel as well. You're welcome, Eric. Let's see. So far, Monday has 37%. And Monday would actually work out really good for me because my son is off on Mondays. So I don't have to worry about getting him home from work and all that.
I think we're all sound tired tonight.
Yeah, I didn't sleep very much last night.
Yeah, I hadn't been. Well, I was up from yesterday morning till about 3 this afternoon. I laid down. I got a couple hours sleep, and our weather here. I have Lyme and fibro, and it's like, okay, what day? I don't care. So anyway, we've been getting like it'll like rain like torrentially, and then it'll stop, and then it'll rain, and the barometric pressure as it builds and builds and builds, it affects my body. And
Right.
it's just like, oh my word. And then when it starts raining, I feel better, but then it's been starting it up immediately again. It's like, oh man.
Oh wow.
I'm not going to answer this, Scarlett, because yeah, I said it right. Now I'm hearing that. Because it won't matter to me anytime. I'll be good.
Okay.
By the way, if you don't want me up here again, just let me know.
If I didn't want you on panel, I wouldn't bring you up on panel when you're sitting backstage.
Okay.
I
Well,
would.
I'll know if you don't bring me up, then I'll know it's time to move on.
No, anybody's welcome up here. I've only had to, honestly, since I've been doing panels, I started doing lives June of last year. I've only had to block one person, and that was old dude that was up here the other night who kept saying, "All I want to do is sing for you," and I had to block him on the StreamYard.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't listening to me telling him you can't be playing music while you're up here and all that.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Dawn. I love you guys too. I just like, brainstorming with you guys and just, it keeps my brain young.
Right.
We're
Yeah,
learning. We follow each other around all over the internet every day.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
No,
so
it's
we started out about 10 in the morning or 11, and
yeah.
then we break for lunch, and then we come back around 2, and I guess it's not like television where you always knew something came on at a certain time, because you have to work at your own schedule.
Right.
But there's so many of them out there that I like. So many nice people, and it takes a lot of passion to do this, and dedication. And
a lot of work too.
yeah, and then your off time, you should be trying to educate yourself about the difference between a single action, dual action, striker fire, fixed blade, drop points, serrated knives, and things like that, and so many other things, DNA, how it works, and all these laws, and of course each state's
that's what
got their
I'm
own.
doing. Yeah, when I'm not in a chat, that's what I'm doing.
Let's see. Oh, wait, there comes King Scarlet. How are you?
Yay.
Hello.
Hello.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, your internet is working good tonight.
It is.
Hi, King Scarlet.
Hi. I'm on my
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, what's with your name?
What do you mean?
King Scarlet.
Oh, it's my my last name and my first name, so it's just reversed. So.
Oh, that's cool. I've just always wondered. I know I'm weird. I'm like one of those people that ask all day long what something means.
Yeah. How's everybody doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good. I had a question to see what you guys think.
Okay.
So Ethan, right? How we've been trying to figure out basically where they were at or their placement, basically.
Uh-huh.
So on the PCA, remember how you guys were talking about how they say certain things. So it says that he was in a room, but it doesn't say the bedroom. It says room. Does it not?
Let me pull it up just so I can say it verbatim how it is, because I know a lot of people have had a problem with how it says, and like I said, it's just the wording of the whole PCA.
But I feel like it's purposefully, I guess, in a way.
Okay.
King Scarlet, can you turn up your volume at all?
Let me see.
Yeah, I just cut her up as far as I could cut her up because I could barely hear
her. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just.
Everybody wants to hear your adorable voice.
Okay, so it says here, So Officer Smith directed me down the hallway, and this is Payne's words, to the west bedroom of the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle, hereafter Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin.
It just says also in the room.
Mm-hmm. Because see, the way they're saying it, it sounds like they're saying that they're both in Xana's bedroom, but they threw that bathroom in there as well.
Right.
Yeah. And it doesn't say bedroom for him. I don't know if I'm just nitpicking, but
I think he was on, I agree with Jamie. I think he was on Xana's bed due to what was leaking outside.
well,
Possibility.
Wasn't the bed on the opposite side?
No, I don't think so. I think it was against that outside wall.
There is pictures that was on, I guess Xana's some of her social media that showed her in a bedroom and her in the bed that she was on, and I just took it as it being her room at the house. The bed was up against the wall where the front window is. But if you think about it, if the bed is there, it seems like it's going to be blocking the door to the closet.
Right.
So I kind of think it's her bedroom just because of the way the bed was placed in the window would have been beside the bed. But
no, definitely. I guess I was sorry about that.
No, you're good.
I guess I was thinking that maybe Ethan was in the like right outside the bathroom, and that would still be considered a room, but it would be considered kind of half the living room. So maybe they just named it. They didn't want to give too much detail, so they just said room instead of bedroom.
Right.
Yeah, that was basically what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it's the wording, how they word this whole thing. It's like they're saying one thing, but they make you think that they could possibly be saying something else.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And then the whole, well, allegedly, how people think that whatever substance was coming out of the side of the house, that would mean that I don't think that it would be, how should I say this? I don't think it's because someone's on the bed, because the bed would soak up everything. I think it was someone on the floor.
Yeah, because they say that Xana's on the floor, but they only say that Ethan is in the room, but they don't say where at in the room. If he was on the floor also, or if he was on the bed, or...
Yeah, but then they brought that mattress out. Remember, they had that mattress that had the red stuff all over it? You could see it through the bag.
Right.
But we don't know who's
we have no idea.
Yeah.
I think honestly, the one, because they came out with two different mattresses that had a cover over it. I'm pretty sure one of them came out of Maddie's room. The other one, hey Aura, how are you? The other one possibly out of Xana's.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just because I'm just saying possibly out of Xana's because they're saying the murders happened in there as well, but he might not have even been on the bed. He could have been on the floor. I don't know. It's like I said, the whole way they're wording everything in the PCA.
Right. Also, which brings me to the sheath, how a lot of people were saying, oh, he saw it after, but it doesn't give a time, so it could have literally meant that right when he walked in, he didn't see it, but then after possibly walking closer, he saw it. So it doesn't really give a time.
Yeah, because a lot of people I've seen said, well, they didn't notice it until the second time they went through the house. Well, it doesn't say that in the PCA. No. It just says later he noticed it and could see it from the door. And
right.
It kind of sounds like, yeah, he walked in the room, he looked around, and as he was walking out the door, that's when he noticed it.
Yeah, so I sometimes people just run with stuff, but basically it doesn't have any time on when he he walked in and then saw it basically. So it could have literally been within seconds
Right.
or minutes. I mean, obviously, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, because he could have noticed the girls and their wounds, which he states that in the PCA. And then after he noticed everything else in the room, then he noticed the sheet. And it's just the words that he used that he later noticed it.
Right.
Can you imagine when the first police officer showed up?
Yeah.
Opens that door and smells that whiff, takes a whiff of that odor.
Yeah, I could imagine that's the smell had to be bad.
Yeah, that's horrible. So what do you guys think of this timeline? I kind of broke it down to um 3 to 4 minutes per person, and this is just basically if it was just, a lot of people have different beliefs, and this is the alleged killer. Some people think there's more than one, but this is just based on just what we know, right?
Yeah.
So I broke it down to 2 minutes to come in and go out, basically.
Okay.
So we have 4:04, right?
Mhm.
So 4:04 is when basically he's, I think he's parked, correct?
404 is when they see the car coming, I guess, into the view of the camera the last time going towards the house. That's
Okay.
when he goes up by the apartment buildings and comes back in front of the house, tries
Mhm.
to park, turn around, does a 3-point turn, which I would assume that all of that would take at least a minute or two.
Yeah. So I have the person at 4:06 inside approximately.
Okay.
Okay. And then in the PCA, it says that uh, Dylan hears Kaylee playing with Murphy,
Mhm.
which I tend to believe that it was probably her because she probably, how someone sounds. I would assume that she knows uh that it was her, because some people say that it might have been something else, right?
Right.
So yeah, so that happens, and then possibly, this is just my theory, that he goes into Maddie's room, and then that's when they first hear somebody's here, after maybe they hear noises in Maddie's room when that person basically, when she's being attacked.
Mhm.
And that could have been possibly when Dylan opens the door for the first time. So that would put us at 4:09, right? And then remember how Kaylee, her bed was, it looked like she kind of came out of her bed, and maybe she went to go check to the room, to Maddie's room, to see what was
Right.
going on, and then she got attacked there. Um, and then so that would be another 3 minutes. So that would put us at what was it?
412.
4:12,
Mhm.
right? So then what time was the TikTok? 4:12, wasn't it?
412. Yeah.
Okay. So then we have the TikTok of 4:12. So he goes downstairs, and then you have another 3 minutes for each person. Now this is where, like, we don't know what happens basically. Who was first? I mean, like, who was in the room? Like, how did two people get attacked at the same time? Type of thing, right?
Right.
But then obviously you have 3 minutes per person, so that puts us at
You,
4:15.
yeah, 415. But you remember 417, they're claiming that the camera picked up the sounds.
Right. Yeah. So then 4:17, that gives you enough time. Well, kind of like 2 minutes, and then they see the car at 4:20.
Right.
2 to 3 minutes, and then they see the car at leaving at 4:20.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Maddie. Well, who do you think was first, King Scarlet?
Wait, as far as like the two victims downstairs?
Yeah, or the two, any of them, any of the four.
Oh, like I said, upstairs I think it was Maddie, then Kaylee. She went to go check on her, and then downstairs I'm a little no matter how much I try to like, it could have been I don't know. I
So
go
who do
back
you
and
think was
forth.
the very, very first one?
I think Ethan was last only because of the tattoos that the survivors had, and because of the PCA how they're listed. But I mean that could be wrong.
That's
Mhm.
interesting. Never thought
What do you,
about that. The tattoos. That's pretty interesting thought.
Yeah, I was looking at the tattoos and I was thinking maybe that's the chronicle, their age. I'll put it that way. Who was born first and last?
And
I was
it's not in alphabetical order, is it?
I
no.
don't believe so. No.
No, it's Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, I believe is how they have it on the tattoos.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if you're right.
Because I mean it makes sense.
Would Ethan be
Because
the oldest?
Ethan's birthday is October the 28th. So I got Xana's birthday wrote down somewhere. I don't remember when. Does anybody remember when Xana's birthday is?
Yeah, it's July 5th.
July 5th. Okay. So Ethan would have been the youngest then. Because Ethan him and the triplets are exactly 3 days older than my daughter.
So it would be, or no, it would not.
Huh?
Well, so would it be in order of that, or no?
Of the birthday? Yeah,
Yeah.
because Maddie's birthday was in May. Then Kaylee's birthday was in June.
Mhm.
Then Xana's is in July. And then Ethan's is October. So yeah, that would have been in order of their birthdays.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it
I
does
wonder
make
if they
sense
even put
though.
that much thought into it, though. I mean, maybe that's just, how they always said each other's name, like I always say people's names in the same order.
Right.
But it's just the PCA. It's the same way too. They listed
Yeah.
them the same way.
Okay, guys, I'm pouring coffee. I'm not going to the restroom.
What do you think, Scarlett? Who of the two downstairs?
Um, I don't know. It's kind of a toss up just because I think that if there is this unknown guy in the house who is doing these things and he is somehow ends up in Xana's bedroom and he's trying to attack her, I think that Ethan is going to try his best to protect her.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of want to go with Ethan jumps in front of Xana to protect her. Him and the person who done this go at it. Ethan is then murdered, and then that is when Dylan hears Xana crying
Mm-hmm.
and a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," and then it happens to Xana. But then I also think, could he have possibly ran into Xana in the
Right.
kitchen as he was coming down the stairs, and she ran to her room, and he attacked her first? Okay,
Yeah,
wait, let me
'cause
throw the link
I
back
had
out.
always wondered that because she's the one that had the DoorDash, so she would have been the one out there in the open. Because
Mhm.
didn't they say one of them was, or she was found on the floor?
Yeah, Xana was. And I think maybe he saw her and chased her to her room and he attacked her first. Ethan could have been asleep and woke up to it all happening. And then Ethan was last.
Right.
It also makes sense that Kaylee could have been planning on sleeping in her bedroom that night, because we can see pictures from outside the house looking into Kaylee's room, and it does look like that her bed, like the covers are turned back, like somebody had either been in the bed and got out, or had turned them back fixing to get into the bed. And this person could have been over in Maddie's room. Okay, King Scarlet, if you want to come back up, just let me know. And he could have been in Maddie's room, and he could have been attacking her, and Kaylee could have heard it and went over there. And I'm curious. Dylan is claiming she heard who she thought was Kaylee say someone is here. I'm just curious to know how it was that she said it. Was it in a frightening sound, like she's scared, letting it, saying it loud enough to let people downstairs know, hey, somebody's here, to warn them? Or was it like, how did she say it?
Yeah, because that makes all the difference in the world.
Right. And she could have very easily walked in on him attacking Maddie. And of course, if that would have happened, naturally, I think Kaylee would try to defend Maddie and help her. And he could have, because, Mr. Gonzalez did say that Kaylee's wounds were worse than Maddie's. Maybe Maddie interrupted it and tried to make him stop, and it made him upset. And that's why her wounds were worse than Maddie's.
Could be.
Now, that's just an opinion, a theory. I'm not stating that as facts. I'm just how I see it as a possibility.
Right.
And then he could have been going downstairs, and Xana's in the kitchen with her DoorDash. And he's coming down. She doesn't know he's upstairs, and they kind of run into each other, and she takes off for her room.
Right.
Where Ethan is.
Right.
But the one that gets me is the father saying he didn't have to go up them steps.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I could say he didn't have to break in through the glass window.
Yeah.
I mean, slide glass door. But when he said he didn't have to go upstairs,
what were his exact words?
That was it. He didn't have to go up the stairs, but for whatever reason, he did.
Right. Okay.
And I wish he would have elaborated a little bit on what he meant.
Because when he first said it, everybody was confused as to, I think he said steps. Did he say steps or stairs?
He might have said steps, but we got the point. He didn't have to go up there to the third floor.
Yeah, right, that's how I took it. He meant it.
Yeah, because remember at the very beginning, everybody thought it was, working his way through the, the steps it takes to the police or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And people had gotten confused about that. But
he used the term up.
Yeah.
That's what's got us thrown.
Because, I mean, after he said that, there were people coming out saying, oh, well, then that meant that Ethan and Xana was the targets. And that's what he meant by he didn't have to go up the stairs, but for whatever reason he did.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean.
And why would Xana and Ethan be the target then?
That's just what people were saying.
Right. But, I mean, okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, they didn't never give a reason or their thought any further past the fact that Ethan and Xana must have been the targets because of what Mr. Gonzalez said.
Now, which one supposedly he had the crush on or the infatuation? He had contacted somebody in that house.
A lot of people think it's Maddie because allegedly he was following Maddie on social media, or Maddie and Kaylee.
Right.
But he had liked all of Maddie's pictures, but only liked a few of Kaylee's pictures. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because I've also heard that he didn't have any social media accounts except for now the TikTok that we know that there is a search warrant for. So I don't know if that's true or not.
Now, has she already graduated?
Who, Maddie?
Yes.
No, she would have graduated last month.
But she was gone away and she came back or something like that, right?
Oh, that was Kaylee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kaylee would have graduated in December, but she had already moved out. I don't think she had moved all of her stuff out. I think there was still maybe some stuff that she had left in the house and possibly was going to pick it up that last weekend when the murders happened. Because it was said that she was supposed to, after she graduated, go to do a trip to Europe, and then she was going to move down to Austin, Texas, for a new job. Okay, well, Don, if you ever want to come up, just let me know.
Yeah, a
What,
lot of these people have a. I
Lady V,
understand that.
are you in the chat as under a different name?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
that way I can give you 2 likes and I can give you the double time.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was you.
Yep, that's me.
Okay. Um, Sealer really hope that they leave the house up because you can imagine you're gonna want. Yeah, hopefully, Dawn, they leave it up. I hope they don't tear it down. I just I
Well,
get that
let
it's
me
an
ask you this: were the
outdoor,
two
but
girls upstairs sharing the same room, or do you think one of the girls, one in each room upstairs, and that one of them ran over to see the other one?
that's what I'm thinking. Because Kaylee's room was the room upstairs on the third floor that had the sliding glass door and the balcony and everything, and then Maddie's was on the other side by the bathroom. And I just think that it's a possibility that Kaylee was in her room and she heard something going on in Maddie's room, and that's how she ended up in there. But then
Okay.
again, who knows? They could have been Haley could have been staying the night in Maddie's room.
So, yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, I kind of think maybe she might be because, they're not going to see each other for a while. They're probably laying there chatting and going to end up falling asleep like girls do. But
right.
okay, here's another thing I want to add into the equation. How did Murphy get in Kaylee's room?
That's why I
Because
think that she was.
if she
I,
was going to be with sleeping in Maddie's room, you would think that he would have been in there with them. Or
and that's
did
why I think that Kaylee was originally going to sleep in her room because she had Murphy with her, and she must have heard something and went into Maddie's room. Because I just don't think that Kaylee would have left Murphy in the room by
I
itself.
don't
I mean,
either. I don't either.
we've seen the pictures and we've seen the videos how she was with that little dog.
Well, and
I
Maddie
just
loved him too. So I mean,
right,
yeah, if they were going to be, if she's going to be sleeping in there, she probably would have even gone and gotten him, brought him in there,
yeah,
before he fell asleep. But I just wondered if you had thought she left him in the room, or if you think that the person that did this put put him in the room.
yeah. I think she left him in there to go over to see what was going on in Maddie's room. Honestly,
You're
but
right, Sal. Some of this we'll never know.
I could be completely wrong. And I mean, the person, of course, the kids, but they're no longer here, so they can't tell what happened. The only other person other than the good Lord above that knows exactly what happened in that house that night is the person who did this.
Right.
And allegedly that is Bryan Kohberger. And if it turns out to be him, I honestly do not think that that man is going to sit up and balls up and say, "This is exactly what I did." I just don't think
Yeah.
he's going
Oh
to do that.
no. No, unless, I mean, maybe later once he's in prison and somebody does an interview with him, maybe then he might say something like Bundy did, well, like all of them have. I mean, you got the Iceman and everything else, have said what they did after the fact and all of that.
Right.
Maybe one day we'll find out like that is the only way I think we ever will, if that.
I think Danny Rawlings did it right there in the courtroom. The state attorney about dropped
Well, so
when he.
did BTK. I mean, if you go
Yeah,
watch that,
yeah.
I mean, and
He
he
went
was
right
like,
there.
that dude was like teaching a class.
But
I
now, did
mean,
he have an agreement to work out if I plead guilty, I don't get the death penalty?
no, here's the thing is at the time that he did those unalivings, the DP was not in effect back then. Otherwise, he would have gotten it. But at the time that he perpetrated all of this, we didn't have that. But that man stood up there, and I mean, he went over. It was chilling. My husband and I, we were in a little mom and pop diner, and it came on, and I mean, everything stopped. Food stopped, drinking coffee stopped. You didn't hear a spoon, you didn't hear a fork, you didn't hear anything. And everybody just sat there glued with goosebumps listening to this man, because he was like teaching these people, this is what an SK does, and this is how he does it, and this is what I did. Exactly every little bitty thing. Not one bit of emotion.
Well, I sat there and watched it too, but it would probably be more you because he lived closer to you, and everybody had to be in shock because he was like one of the pillars of the community. Everybody figured. I
Yeah.
mean, he had a great resume. I mean, church, Boy Scouts. He had a job. He had a family.
Yeah. It was
That floppy disk got him.
and you know really what's scary too is there's a Quick Trip right across from his house. So it kind of makes me wonder if he, you know, watched people from there too, from his house, coming and going.
I know Bundy. He helped him out with that. Was it the Green River?
Yeah, it was Gary Ridgway.
Yeah. He said, just leave it the body there. He's going to come back to it.
Exactly. And he did. You know, and speaking of which, this one that we have in Oregon that might be possibly an SK, I wonder if he has gone back.
Oh, I don't know.
You know, this new set, because they're finding them in the woods and stuff is why I wonder if maybe he's gone back. What do you think, Scarlett?
Okay, what was it? I had to mute for just a second.
Oh, I was saying, you know, this new possible SK in Oregon.
Uh-huh.
He's had the girls, they were in the woods. Do you think maybe he might have gone back to them and as you know?
Possible. I mean, have they said that that's what happened to him?
Well, they haven't really said anything yet. I'm just wondering, since they were in the woods, if maybe he might have gone back.
I don't know. It's a possibility. Don, no, it's Central Time. I'm sorry, I forgot to put that, but all the times would be Central Time. I did see though where it was said that out of the 6 ladies that they found, that some of them had visited the same place. Now I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read it. Somebody had posted it on Twitter. And when I tried to pull the article up, I couldn't get it to pull up. But it said something about that. Not all of them, but some of them had visited the same place. You're welcome, Don.
Do you think? I know I asked this the other night, but do you think BK might have carried his pistol with him while he was in that house?
I do.
In case he ran up against something that was bigger or stronger than his knife.
I don't know.
I think it's a possibility.
Right. Yeah, it's a possibility that he did.
And did he have more than one phone? Has that been established yet?
No, there wasn't a warrant that had came out for 2 AT&T phones, but it said that the owners, how did they say it was? Owners were not known or something like that. They didn't give like BK's phone or Kaylee's phone or anything like that. They just said that owners were unknown, I think is how it said it on the warrant. So it's a possibility that he could have had another phone with him. Or were they the 2 burner phones that they're looking for? Or is it somebody else that they've come across in these search warrants and they're needing their phones, but they just didn't want to put their name out there? Let's see. They were all last seen around the transit system, above ground train that goes all over. Okay, thank you, Jamie.
I missed what did Summer say? I was trying to find it back in the chat. I'm just gonna
Oh,
press 8 p.m. here. Just don't take my
she said that maybe one night she can come up and tell of her experience
Hmm.
that had happened to her. And I told her anytime she wanted to, she could. And she said that she's able to talk about it now. It happened years ago.
Poor thing. Well, I'm glad you're a survivor, and I'm glad that you can talk about it now.
I can only imagine the terror, the rapid heartbeat, when you wake up in the middle of the night at 3 or 4 in the morning and you see one of these nut jobs in your house
Yeah, he wouldn't be
or,
leaving my house.
or standing right over your bed.
No, not if I.
He
Yeah.
wouldn't be
I
leaving
mean,
my house.
you'd
I'll
have to
just say that.
get the jump on him.
I would
But
know before he walked in my door.
you got
My
the
dog.
dogs.
No.
Yeah. My dog never barks unless somebody knocks on my door, then he doesn't know that they're out there. But you don't come in my yard unless I know it anyway. So it's just he would not leave my house. I'll just put it that way.
Sally Mae's like, don't scare her, Riddler.
And
She's
Sally Mae, I
better
didn't
than
know
that.
that you were in the Portland area. Let's see. A lot of the houseless use the transit system to get around. It's a very popular place to be. Yeah, I was wanting to read the article about where they were talking about they were all like the same place they had visited, but for whatever reason, it wouldn't come up. Okay, I'm responding to a text message real quick.
Well, they won't get Lady V's house or mine because we got the 3-inch screws.
Yeah, that's right.
and go on in.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm looking that case up, Dawn. I'll watch it once we get done here. Yeah, Eric, I'm like up till 4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8 every day.
Yeah, see, that's how we are here. I mean, once I get done with lives, there's a lot of times that I don't go to sleep until after daylight.
Yeah, me too.
So
I like the world when it's quieter.
And even the nights that I don't go live, I go to bed, try to go to sleep early. It doesn't always work like that. I still may not go to sleep till 3 or 4 in the morning.
Right.
Or then again, I may just be so exhausted that I fall asleep at 11. You never know about us here.
Yeah, that's how I am here. Husband's
remember-
that way too when he doesn't have to work.
I remember late one night we were talking about this case, and it was before they had arrested BK.
Mhm.
And the neighbor next door added a bathroom to his house on the first floor. So he stacked the old tile outside here that he dug up, and he turned the room into a bathroom. Well, that tile, something knocked it over, whether it was a cat or raccoon or what. Man, it scared me so much. I thought the window had busted out. And then, I'm on nerves in watching this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the case is just crazy all the way around.
And it's just a waste to lose 4 beautiful people, 4 people who are progressing in their life, just
Right.
getting ready. They still, I mean, I know college is great and fun. They still haven't seen the best time of their life yet.
No, they were just starting out in their adulting life of going to and I know that they had jobs and stuff like that, but going out and being on their own other than college, their own house, paying their own bills.
Well, they're getting ready to go into the real world.
Right. And they done nothing wrong to nobody, and this was done for absolutely no reason. It's a shame, honestly.
Yeah, something we don't know and we won't have.
Yeah, I just don't see him, if he is the one that doing this, I just don't see him telling it. I don't see him telling why or what all he exactly did. I think that will go to his grave with him.
And of course, we all know this is where people can just run with any kind of imagination. What did you tell Adam? I told him everything. And then we hear the next comment, if that's what we're hearing.
Right. And I mean, if that is what I almost said Adam, if that is what the hoodie guy was saying, oh, Maddie, they're gonna get you. He could have very well been talking about Kaylee and Jack. If the conversation is correct of what Mr. Gonzalez said, that Maddie told Adam Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack, and he could have just been saying it jokingly and been like, "They're gonna get you for that." For telling Adam. I didn't, whatever it was that he said, I did not hear any type of concern in his voice
No.
or being worried for her safety or anything like that.
No, whatever he
But
said,
how would
it
he
was
know?
just
How
like,
would he know? That's what that conversation was about.
Who, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah.
I would think that Jack and Adam, because they said that Jack spent the first 3 nights at their house on their couch.
that's right.
I would think that Jack probably told him that, and or possibly Adam
Yeah.
might have talked to him.
If they're being truthful.
True, because Mr. Gonzalez said that whenever we, the public, first found out about that video, Mr. Gonzalez came out and said that they had already known about that video for a while.
Right. Well,
And I'm
I
sure.
don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask you why you think they maybe wouldn't have been truthful about it. I mean, what do they have to hide?
Well, that's why you dig into it, especially if you're the prosecutor. You don't want to get embarrassed in that courtroom.
Yeah,
True.
that's. I just don't think that. I'm with the Scarlett on this one. I just think that.
I'm gonna believe Mr. Gonzalez and him saying that that is what was said and that's what the conversation was about. I'm gonna believe him over somebody on social media throwing out random accusations about kids that they wasn't even there for the conversation for.
Right.
Well, that's true too, but I'm looking at it. You got to look at it from every angle.
Right. Yeah.
And then
I get
start
what you're saying.
eliminating. And I know kids lie, and I know college kids lie, and I know adults that lie.
Right.
So,
yeah. And Mr. Gonzalez, I have heard them say many times when they were talking about Jack, we vetted him. We looked into him. We looked at his arms and his hands to see if he had any scratches on them. And I want to say that they said something about they even went and looked in his car. I could have swore I heard either him or Kaylee's mom say something about looking in Jack's car, but I could be wrong about that. But he has said that like they dug into Jack and they apparently they didn't find anything.
well, did anybody notice scratches on BK?
If it is true that he went to the doctors didn't say anything about it, and the students that was in his class, they were asked about it, and none of them said that they had noticed any. But I'm wondering, like, did he wear long sleeve shirts to class? I mean, I kind of think he might have just because of the cold weather up there. So did he have scratches on his arms or like his body, legs, anything like that? Because they did say that, Xena fought him back. So could she have possibly scratched him somewhere that you're just not going to see if the person is easily covering them up?
Well, Xana could also been trying to shield her face or chest from getting attacked. I don't know if she threw a punch. They said they were defensive wounds, but they could misinterpret that too. I just think she had her hands in the way, and that blade went right across it. And then you get hit, you go, ow, you pull away. Now he's got you.
I personally think she was grabbing for the knife.
Yeah, because it was there was some sources that came out and said that she had wounds on her fingers like they were almost severed
Yeah.
off, like she had grabbed the blade of the knife. And I've said it 1,000 times. If that is true, if she grabbed that knife and he pulled it out of her hand, that girl was not quiet.
No.
Oh
Think
no,
of a
you'll
paper
swallow.
cut.
That happened to
Yes.
me. That happened to me with the machete. I'm out in the middle of nowhere and I cut my finger down to the bone. And I tell you what, I was screaming.
Just think of a paper cut.
Yeah.
How bad a paper cut hurts, and people will bawl their eyes out over a paper cut. Now imagine a knife being pulled, the blade being pulled out of your hand. I just do that.
And you
Yeah.
know,
They
it
can't.
severed her nerves. It had to.
Yeah.
And if it went down to the bone, I'm going to tell you that is extremely
Mhm.
painful. That's way worse than a paper cut. We're talking about something extremely.
Right.
Well, once again, you know what it's like when you wake up from surgery, how much it hurts.
Hmm. So
We,
nobody can ever make me believe that there was no screaming going on in that house.
Yeah. I mean, for it to be 50 yards away, for it to pick up the sound, that had to be loud.
Yeah.
That's why I mean, they could even hear Murphy whining. I mean,
Right.
that baby was having a fit wanting to try to get to his
Oh yeah,
mouth.
because dogs can sense stuff like that. He
So
knew
there's
something was
no,
going on.
and
so if
Mr.
we take
Gonsalves
that,
says, "Oh, go ahead."
I was just going to say, if we take that as loud as it has to be for it to reach that ring camera,
Right.
there's no way that Dylan didn't hear it. There's no way that she didn't hear the fight and struggle if you can hear it on a camera 50 feet away. Which also makes
Exactly.
me wonder, if you can hear it that far away, why Bethany couldn't hear it. I mean, I know sound carries differently, but I mean, that had to be really loud.
Right. And Eric in chat does make a good point. Extreme pain makes you pass out also.
Yeah, it does. Been there, done that
That
one.
is true. I just
But remember, there's supposed to be a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Yep.
And I don't know who. Well, we know who the fight would be. One of the be BK, but we don't know who the other contestant is. I'm sure it's Ethan.
I don't know. It sounds more to me like it was Xana.
See, my experience is that pain comes
Way after.
way after the injury when you're in a fight because of the adrenaline. She may not have been screaming at all. And Giggles, how are you? I mean, if she wasn't, I mean, she possibly watched her boyfriend get murdered. She's scared. I'll never believe there wasn't
Screaming,
something loud noises, fighting, hitting
whatever.
walls.
I mean, whatever. Okay, so if this video thing that we kind of heard, okay, if that's true at all, if they could hear the banging and bumping around like it's allegedly said it is on there, I mean, that's a hell of a fight against walls and everything else you would think for to have that.
Are you talking about the audio that's been put out? Yeah,
I mean,
I don't believe that.
I know that that's been debunked, and I never thought it was real in the first place. But there's rumors that go around saying that they could even hear like the bump. They heard like this bump thing or whatever.
Yeah. In the PCA, they said that they could hear whimpering, they could hear the dog barking, and then they could hear a loud thud.
So that loud thud, I can't imagine what that would be. Besides a fight.
It could be hitting the wall. It could be falling on the floor.
Wow, that's falling hard, man.
Yeah.
Roger Kent's got a good point. Everybody has a different pain tolerance.
Yes,
but
that's
I don't know if any of those four in there have really been through what's called critical pain, like they went through.
I mean, I agree too. One of them said, you know, when you're in, basically, I'm gonna paraphrase, guys. When you're involved in something like that, you don't feel the pain until afterwards. when I was growing up, we didn't have my brother. Excuse me. I was a twin, and my mom lost him before I was born, before we were born. So she was lucky to have me still in there. And so I always had to protect my sister. And I would have to get in fights because the guys would just be mean to her after they broke up. And I never felt, and here I am, I'm like 90 pounds soaking wet. And I'm whipping these guys because I just like see red and I'm like, you're not touching my sister. And one of the wrestling guys had to pull me off of one of them and pick me up and hold me up and say, "You can stop now." And I didn't feel any pain at all until afterwards my adrenaline went down, and then I felt the pain of the fight. So,
Well, if there was fighting up there, I got to give the edge to BK because of his boxing skills.
yeah, that's why I was asking about, his ability to protect himself a few nights ago, because I thought I had heard he had some training in something, allegedly.
And went to 2
Deanie and
classes.
Deanie in chat makes a good point too about the loud thud. It could have been Xana's bedroom door being slammed shut.
Oh, that's a good one. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that either.
But Lady V, they've got a recording out there, and I know it's fake. You could hear it clear as day. Everything said in that house.
I know it.
And
And how
once
could that
again,
be?
they put. Yeah, that's what I said when I first heard it.
That's why I didn't believe it in the first place, because I'm like, there's no way you're going to hear every single word.
Yeah, they put the words up on the screen to make people believe that that's what they were hearing.
Yeah.
And they had in that thing they've got Ethan screaming for. He's trying to find Xana. Where's Xana?
Mhm.
Where's Xana?
Yeah, that person was just sick. I'm sorry. That's just sick.
Yeah, that's just like that Joseph Morris guy who put out the video, the audio of the scream and tried to make it out like that it was Kaylee screaming.
Yeah.
That night, and everybody who knew what he did in Gabby's case already knew that him putting it out, it was going to be fake, and sure enough, it was.
Right.
I like to get the guy in a steel cage that was saying those bad things about Dylan.
Yeah.
Oh, Twitter Justin.
I guess it was a little short guy with black hair, and
Yeah, that was with the glasses.
yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that's Twitter Justin. That's what I call him. He actually left Twitter for a while, and now he's back with the same nonsense.
Oh, my Lord. I was hoping he'd learned a lesson, but apparently not.
Oh, yeah, he didn't. He knows whose DNA it is on the knife, and all this and that. Now, where the hell he's getting his facts from, I don't know, but I don't believe nothing that comes out of his mouth, because just the stuff that he was saying about Dylan was pure disgusting.
Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, Denny, I agree. The closed bedroom doors would, but they found one on the floor, and it sounds like when the police officer went in there.
Lady V, you still here? Did we lose her?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can now.
My phone shut off from inactivity.
Oh, okay.
I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. Yes, okay. The bedroom doors being closed would have kept the smell of blood, but if I remember in one of the reports, the LE that went there said she was on the floor, and it sounded like she or Ethan one was like partly out of the room and in the hallway area.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
It's kind of hard to determine where exactly she was, honestly.
Eric Pascal says, I don't think he had any fighting skills. Guys who buy knives and guns aren't that tough. I know a lot of Marines that got knives and guns. They're tough. And I know a lot of professional athletes with guns and knives, and they're really, really tough. So I don't know. I don't know what his skill of boxing was. That's what, I can't tell you that.
Yeah, and I do know there is technology. I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility with the technology we have nowadays that it would pick up every single word. I'm just saying, not all of that could have been that loud. I mean, when because the one we had before, it was like one of them went down, like Xana went into the kitchen and they were talking about the food. I think it was her and Kaylee. They could hear them talking about the food and all of that in this particular uh, recording that was debunked. And it's like, okay, if they can hear from 50 feet away, if they can hear what the girls are saying in the kitchen talking about whatever, I wouldn't want to live there. Every single word you said, you go to the bathroom, they're going to hear you.
Right.
So that's why I didn't think it was real.
See what's got me bothered on that timeline. When was the last time this police department had to put a timeline to a murder? Well, about 8 years ago. And how many of those guys are still on the force? Because the lead detective is 2 or 3 years.
It was said that he had 2 years experience, but in the PCA he put 4 years.
No, we'll give him 4 years. He's probably counting some military time. Who knows?
Yeah, he was. Payne was in the military also, but it says that in the PCA. I forgot exactly how that part of it's worded, but he does say he has like 4 years experience.
And most of that was a traffic cop, right?
Probably. Yeah, I would assume they probably start off at patrol or something like that, and then work their way up to other departments.
Well, the good news is the FBI's there, and when they see a red flag, they're gonna say, "Whoa, don't put that in there. She'll eat you alive on that in the courtroom."
Yeah, it's going to be interesting whether we get to watch it or not. Hopefully, we get to hear it to see how Ann Taylor and this Eliza Masseth woman does in the courtroom.
Yeah, what can you imagine poor Jack having to go through every inch of, I mean, I'm sure he's like, take him in the bedroom, strip down and let me look at you.
But if she didn't take this case, who would have took it? Do
Who
they
you
have
talking
other
about? Ann
do they
Taylor?
have others qualified to take the case? Because it's a
She's
death
the.
penalty case.
I want to say that she was the only one that was death penalty qualified in northern Idaho, like in that district.
Right, that's what they said. But I mean, how did she get qualified for the DP? I mean, what about the other lawyers that are there? I kind of agree with you, Riddler. I'm like, I don't understand why it had to be her. Why don't you just give him a regular lawyer to?
Well, he's got a DP.
Yeah, if it's
Death
going to
penalty.
be a death penalty case, you have to have a
Qualified attorney.
Yeah, a death penalty qualified attorney.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, how do they get qualified if they don't get the chance to do it?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. Because you have like your main attorney, which is what Ann is, that is DP qualified, and then you have like the Eliza Masseth woman. She's DP qualified, but she's only co-counsel.
Right.
She could only be co-counsel. She couldn't be DP lead.
Right. And I know they have a whole big old network of lawyers and stuff and investigators and everything that's working for them too.
Now it's rumored that Ann Taylor may want to run for judge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves the public defender's office open, correct?
Yeah.
It
Well,
leaves it vacant if she can't have both jobs.
Yeah, so they would have whoever else is in there.
Well, they would be acting until they started to vote, till election time came around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think the lady that's sitting with her that she just brought in is going to run for that office?
Possibly. I'd have to see if she's.
I mean, I don't know how much money she makes now doing what she does.
Let me see if where's my bookmarks at? Let's see. Hold on. Capital Council. Let me see. No, shit. I don't want to leave this page. I always forget I gotta open up a new tab when I go to my bookmarks. Let me see what district she is in.
King Scarlet said, but it's not a DP case yet until they decide to give it to him.
Yeah, and how many? Where's my calendar at? Let's see how many days
They
we
didn't
got.
waste any time getting her for him, that's for sure.
But the day he was arrested on the December the 30th, that's the day she became his attorney.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. I just get aggravated because I feel like sometimes I feel like they're just like bending over backwards for him. And I know they want the case to go through. They don't want anything to happen. I get all of that, but
Okay, we have 42 more days. Well, the state does 42 more days before they have to let him know, which it can be within the 42 days, but 42 days to the deadline. All right. Let's see. Eliza Masseth is in the 3rd district, and Taylor is 1st district. So, and then Jay Logston, he is also he's the one that's going by the litigation attorney on the team or whatever for Bryan.
right.
He's in Ann's district, and he is only co-counsel. He's not lead. So it's just him and Ann, and that's it. Ann is the only one that is lead death penalty qualified, and then Jay Logson's the only one in the same district that is co-counsel.
Yeah. I mean, I get all of that. I just.
Yeah, so if she becomes a judge, it would be, I guess, Jay Logston would move up as lead. Oh, so you really just make me sick about the fake audio. It's summer. The fake audio stuff is just ridiculous, honestly.
It is. It's disgusting.
People have too much time on their hands to be able to put out a fake audio like that. And there's that Joseph Morris dude. There is people right now who, when he would do lives after he's admitted to doing this stuff, that still go in and follow him. And just like they're okay with the fact that he done that.
Yeah.
Hey, Nora's grandma, how are you?
Well, it's just like it's just like Charles Manson. I mean, there were people out there that still believed he shouldn't have been in jail.
Right. And I did see where is her name? What is the lady that followed him? That was it was the 3 women that went to jail. Is her name Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see where she's supposed to be coming up for parole?
Yes.
And they were thinking about possibly letting her out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
There's one already out, and I'm tired, so I might not. The name's escaping me.
Didn't one of them pass away in jail?
Yeah, I think
one
so.
of the 3 ladies?
I think so. Oh my God, is it Susan?
Let me see, because I could be wrong about the name Lindsay.
No, I don't think you are. Susan, I think it's Susan Atkins. I'm trying to think of all their names.
Oh, it's Leslie.
Leslie.
Thank you, Jeannie. Yeah, Leslie Van Houten.
Yes.
That's her. Yeah, she's the one that they're supposed to be, like she's coming up for parole or whatever, and they're going to possibly let her out. Let's see. Let me see if I can find the names of all of the women. Let's see. Okay, Leslie Van Houten, Susan Atkins, and Patricia
Van Winkle.
Cranwinkle, something like
Yeah.
that.
Is this the Manson case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Squeaky Fromm she ever get out?
Which one was that?
I don't know. Was she the one that died in prison?
She's the one that shot at President Ford.
Yeah. I don't think she'd ever get out. I think she.
Have to Google her, Squeaky Fromm.
Okay, so it says the Leslie woman was sentenced to death in 1971, but it was eventually given the life in prison. But now they're saying, so every year since 2016, a parole board has recommended Van Houten to be released as she's no longer a threat to society. Each time former Governor Jerry Brown blocked the release. As of January 2019, her case is being reviewed once again. And then I seen the other day where they were saying that they should let her out.
Yeah, they've been saying that for years, but Jerry Brown, I think as long as he's in office, he's going to fight to keep her in there no matter what.
Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, so the Cranwinkle woman has yet been granted parole and is now state of California's longest serving woman prisoner. And she received her master's degree while in prison. Susan Atkins in 2009 passed away from brain cancer at the age of 61 while serving a life sentence.
Who was it?
Susan Atkins.
Susan Atkins. Okay.
Yeah, she's the one. Let's see. It says she was a devoted Manson family member and one of its most violent. She claims to have murdered Sharon Tate. Before joining the family, she worked as a stripper in San Francisco, and then Manson renamed her Sadie Mae Glutz. And it says she had passed away.
Yeah, my mom must. I get true crime. It's in my blood. My mom watched it the whole time I was growing up.
Do you remember a magazine called Detective?
Yes.
My grandmother used to have those around the house. And of course, she would watch over me as I was a young kid while my mom had other things to do. And I would see those magazines, but she'd read them all day long.
Yeah, those were good. The covers, though, were pretty violent.
Oh, the covers. Yeah, they might as well have been pornography.
Yeah.
They were just one step away from being that way. Everything was bondage.
That's what I was going to say. It'd be bondage, yeah.
Okay. Sally Mae wants to know how old they are now. Let me see if I can find their ages.
One of them was out, and they did a interview with her. I am terrible at time. I don't know if it was like a couple of years ago or if it was a little bit longer ago, but they did an interview with her, and I can't remember which one she was.
Let's see here. I don't see. I mean, they were young whenever they met. Okay, so the Patricia Cranwinkle, she is 69, but let me see when this article came out. This was okay. So in 2019, she was 69. Let's see, Leslie. See if it tells. I don't say how old she was in 2019. The Lynette Squeaky Fromm, I guess is how you pronounce her last name. It doesn't say how old she is either.
Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
It's Krenwinkel.
Wait, it's what now?
Krenwinkel.
Krenwinkel. Okay. I'm trying to see. It don't even say. It just says how young they were whenever they met Manson. But it don't say, like, even in 2019, it only says the one lady was 69. They don't give their ages.
Well, besides Manson, how many males were convicted in that trial?
Well, none of them, was it?
You know, there was one. Oh my gosh.
Okay, so there was one.
Yes, the text. It was text.
And Manson wrote music, and he
Yes.
gave it to one of the Beach Boys, or they did something with it and they didn't like it, or maybe they did like it, but something set him off.
I think it was Bryan, and that because Manson was wanting to break into the music. Actually, you know, his music's not that bad. I've heard some of it. It's really not that bad. But now I think he accused them of stealing one of his songs. But you know, back then people would just like pile up in houses together and just get high and jam and, you know, just play whatever and do whatever comes to mind. And they partied a lot. And I think it was Bryan that he was talking about. Yeah, Charles Tex Watson.
Yeah, it
I
says
think
here
he's the
that
only guy.
said he had a brief relationship with Dennis Wilson. That's the drummer.
Oh, is it Dennis Wilson? Okay. I couldn't remember if it was Bryan or Dennis. But I mean, it's same scenario. And then I think.
And the Beach Boys did record one of the version of his song.
Yeah, they did. And he always said that they stole it.
Well, they got caught. They got caught with the copyright. Chuck Berry.
Oh, I remember him.
Yeah, they took his music, and that was Surfing USA. Not the words, but the music in the background.
Right. I actually sat on Chuck Berry's lap one time. When I was a kid, he had a bar in St. Louis, around that area there. And my mom and dad worked undercover. And during the daytime, there's nothing going on in there, right? So we got to go in there, and we were like little girls. And so we sat on his lap. And he didn't try nothing funny either. I mean, it was a very innocent little thing. It's a very sweet memory for me.
Now, where was Charles Manson staying?
When? At Spawn Ranch?
Okay, it was a ranch. Okay. I was trying to think.
Ranch.
Okay. I didn't know if there was somebody popular that was renting a house out to him somewhere.
No, and let's see.
Is that the ranch was that what it was called in a movie? I remember watching a movie about him.
Yeah, it's called Spawn Ranch.
Okay.
SPAWN.
Okay, I see it here. It says the Manson family moved into the Wilsons' home that summer.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Where they all dropped acid and participated in group sex.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Well, you shouldn't have said that. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. I had the wrong Beach Boy, but I knew everything else was right. And you know, you don't hear much from Tex.
Is he still alive?
You know, I don't know.
Is who still alive?
The Tex guy that you're talking about?
I don't know a Tex.
Let me Somebody put his name in the chat. Let me see what his last name was. Tex Watson.
Charles Tex Watson.
Okay, Jenny says she thinks he's
77. Yeah, I just asked Alexa. He's still alive. He's 77.
Oh, okay.
He was born in 45.
I can't remember what the name of the movie was that I watched about the whole Manson thing.
Helter Skelter, maybe?
That could have been it.
That's the one usually I've watched. Oh my gosh, over the years, I've watched thousands of things on him. That's why I'm like, I'm tired. My brain is not functioning. I mean, if I was more alive than I am right now,
Mm-hmm.
I could go down the list on that one because my mom had that on all the time. Every time they had it.
And
they televised some of it.
I'm trying to remember who it was in the movie that I watched that played as Charles Manson.
Oh my God.
I'll have to see. Let me go to IMDb. Maybe I can find it on there.
So like watch
it.
Lady V, you're breaking up.
Oh. Is that better?
Yeah.
Charles
You're breaking up again.
It's getting to be that time. Let me jump off and come back on after my thing comes off.
All right. Let me see if this is the one. I don't know if that was it or not that I watched. I just remember watching it, I don't know, probably a year ago, I guess. Okay. I don't know why it just disconnected me for some reason, but okay, Troll says it was called Charlie Says, the one that we watched. Hey, Pagan, how are you?
I like movies that are about true events. They don't always get them correct, but
right,
like Apollo 13, I like that one.
Yeah, a lot of them, they'll say like it's based on a true story, but some names and events have been changed and all that. Matt Smith was Charlie Says. Okay.
If you want to know how out of touch Hollywood is, when Ron Howard carried that Apollo 13 to him, they said, nobody's going to believe this. He goes, what are you talking about? It's a true story. They didn't know that.
Oh, wow. I remember watching that whenever it came out, the movie.
I can remember watching Apollo 13 as a kid. And it's right, just like in the movie, nobody hardly wanted to watch it because it was the same old thing. Guys up in space floating around, and they talk back home.
Yeah, didn't it have Tom Hanks and
Kevin Bacon.
And the dude that played as Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump.
Yeah, he stayed here on the ground. And the other guy, Billy Paxton, I think's his name.
Mm-hmm.
I think he passed away not too long ago.
Yeah, he played in was it Race and Stripes? Is that what he played in?
Well, he was played in Tombstone.
Right, as the brother Morgan.
Yeah.
I think it was Racing Stripes he played in also.
He's played in quite a few, yeah.
Mm.
Same with Lieutenant Dan.
Right. I can't remember that dude's name. I just know him by Lieutenant Dan.
Gary.
Let
It's
me
on the
go
tip
back
of
to
my tongue.
Let me go back to IMDb. That's like my thing I go to. Forrest Gump. Let me find Lieutenant Dan. Okay. Gary Sinise?
Sinise.
Sinise?
I
Okay.
think that's it, yeah. Sinise.
Yeah.
What a true patriot he is. He goes around to military bases and plays concerts.
Hold on just 1 second, Riddler. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see. I think I've probably watched just about every Tom Hanks movie.
And remember Tom Hanks' Catch Me If You Can? Have you seen that one?
Probably. It's
where he's an FBI agent and he's trying to catch this guy that's forging checks.
I've probably seen it. I think the only one I haven't seen that I can think of is I guess his latest one. Him and the cat. Is it called A Man Named Otto or something like that?
I think so.
I think that's the only one I haven't watched yet.
He played pretty good too as a colonel, the colonel in the story of Elvis. Elvis Presley.
Yeah, I probably haven't seen that one either.
Yo, Eric, you got it right, buddy.
Leonardo DiCaprio. Manson family also took over Barker Ranch located inside Death Valley. Yeah, like I said the other night, there's a lot of movies that I've seen. I don't remember the names of them. I just know when I start watching it that I've seen it. I don't know when.
Is the movie Gone Girl? Is that a good movie to watch?
Gone Girls.
I think Reese Witherspoon was the director, or she wrote the book about it. Gone Girl. It's supposed to be a true story.
Let me see if I've seen that one.
See if someone could help us with that one.
It came out in 2014.
That'd be about right.
Let's see if I've seen that one. Ben Affleck plays in it. Neil Patrick Harris, Tyler Perry. I don't know if I've seen that one or not. Let's see. I don't think I've seen that one. I think the last Ben Affleck movie I watched was him and J-Lo. No, that wasn't Ben Affleck. That was J-Lo's movie, Shotgun Wedding. That was hilarious.
Yeah, Gone Girl is based on a true story.
All right, you back, Lady D?
Okay, Giggle says Gone Girl was great.
Okay, I'm putting a link in the. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on.
Okay.
That's to my YouTube. Hold on just a second.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, stop.
now, see, I like the old movies. Has anybody seen the movie called The Robe?
Yes.
Richard Burton.
Yes. Okay, so in the back chat there, guys, I wish I could drop it into the chat. Maybe Scarlett can. That right there goes through the top 8 of the Manson family girls. It also has one of his songs. And okay, I never had a thing for Manson or anything, so don't get me wrong. But he wrote some really decent music. He really did. And
Okay.
this is one of them that he did. And honestly, over the years listening to him, I started kind of understanding if you listen closely to the man, he was smart. I mean, I hate to say that, but he was.
Yeah, I dropped a link in the chat.
Yeah, it's only like 4 minutes long. And it has music all the way through. So you can't play it on here, but
And Lady V, that was about the time the hippie movement
yeah.
started.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So he found easy prey out there.
yeah. He found the lost and the lonely, somebody looking, and gave him a sense of family. But I think it was when it was in Van Housen. She actually, I believe, came. It was either her or Susan Atkins. I think came from a very wealthy family.
Oh well, and they ended up with someone like Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Oh
well,
wow.
Look at Patty Hearst.
Yeah, exactly. She is from a very, very,
I don't know who that is.
Very wealthy family.
yeah, extremely wealthy.
Who is Patty Hearst?
Oh, girl, we got to educate you.
Her dad was a multi-millionaire, and this group called the SLA kidnapped her for ransom. And then the next thing you know, you see her in where a bank got held up, and she's holding the pistol or the rifle. And so they don't know if she really got kidnapped or did she fall into some kind of medical term where you start sympathizing with your captures.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the name of that.
Yeah. Okay. I just looked her up. I've never heard of her.
Oh, you should watch some of it. It's very interesting.
And what about the guy that shot Reagan, Hinckley? There's another one. His dad is very, very, very wealthy.
It's crazy, like people who have good families and they turn to stuff like that.
Let me give you my opinion on it. It's called parenting. I'm not a parent, but
Stockholm syndrome.
A lot of these filthy rich people, they leave their kids with a nanny.
Right, that is true.
Or the butler, and they're touring the whole world. They're going to all these famous dinners with famous people, and they're
the
never
nanny,
right.
The nanny raises them.
Right, and Lord only knows how many nannies they go through.
Yep, probably one for the day and one for the night.
And the kid lives a shelter life. They go to a special private school, and they don't get to be involved in things like Little League and cheerleading.
And if they do, their parents will never go to any of their games or events. It's the nanny. If the nanny goes,
they have no skills for nature, no survival skills.
Nope.
Yeah.
They don't even know how to cook.
Yeah.
They don't know how to do their own laundry. The families are just that filthy rich.
Yep. Which is crazy. Let's see. So the Stockholm syndrome is the one y'all were talking about, where they kind of sympathize with the person who took them or is doing them bad or whatever.
Yeah, it's called the Stockholm syndrome.
Well, I'd have been here till tomorrow night figuring that one out.
Yeah, well, I think AKA came up with it just about the same time I did. Yeah, they just, they have like brainwashed them so much to the point that have depended on them for every, and I mean every little thing, like when they can go to the bathroom, when they can sleep, when they can do this. I mean, when they get to wear clothes, when they don't. I mean, it's insane. They control every little aspect of them until they finally get to the point that they're in love or whatever with this person because they've had to depend on him for every tiny thing,
Mm.
is basically what Stockholm syndrome is.
Okay, so Eric said, what did they call what Gypsy Rose's mom did to her?
That was Munchausen by proxy. And what that is you have a husband or somebody that you're taking care of, right? And there's always something happening to them illness wise. Then usually usually what happens is they're like poisoning them or doing something to them to make them sick because they want the attention because their child is sick. So they're like, oh, the poor mama, I'm really sorry. So they get attention when the child is sick. So
Oh, wow.
that's what Munchausen by proxy is. Now Munchausen syndrome is when they're like that to their self. They do things to their self to get sympathy
That is
and get
crazy.
attention. Right.
They literally have a medical term for everything.
Yeah.
It's like trivia night. We do
Yeah.
need to do, I'm going to have to figure out how to do it on here. But we do need to do like a trivia night or a game night or something on here, like one night a week.
You know,
So
I'm
it's
sorry we got so far away off the subject.
no, no,
It's
no.
kind of interesting.
It's fine. We need to do something like that, like once a week, just to kind of
On your other channel.
or something. Yeah, to kind of break up the, talking about these cases and
Over and over. Yeah.
right, just what happened and all that because a lot of there's a lot of people that type of stuff bothers and they
Yeah.
kind of have to take a break from it. So I might have to
Right.
figure something out.
Well, you ought to check into Patty Hearst and you ought to check into the Manson family more. If you haven't watched Helter Skelter, it's a really good movie.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one. The one that I was talking about that I had watched was called Charlie Says.
Yeah, I watched that one too.
The one the Charlie Says, it was okay. I mean, I hadn't like I've heard of Charles Manson and the Sharon Tate case and all that, but I didn't know anything other than that until I watched the movie.
Well, the thing, okay, I don't remember his name right off of my head, but the thing of it is they had been over to that house before because there was a producer or somebody that lived there that was maybe going to go ahead and sign Charlie.
Hmm.
And so it wasn't that Sharon Tate and them were targeted, it was that that person had moved out and the family didn't realize it. But when they got there, they had um, the Folgers girl. Um, they unalived her and her boyfriend, and they unalived one of Sharon Tate's best friends that I think she used to date him or whatever, but he was a hairstylist. I can't remember the girl's first name, but it was the heiress to the Folgers coffee.
Hmm. I'm gonna have to look more into it. I've got so many different cases that I need to look into.
I tell you what, on trivia night, Eric's going to be on my team. Roman Polanski.
No, I know Roman Polanski. I'm no,
Right. But he's going to be on my team. Eric, you're on
yeah.
my team.
No, Roman Polanski. I'm trying to think of the person that lived in the house before they moved in, because that's who they were really. It was a very complicated thing, um, and it took a long time to really figure out a lot of what Manson was saying. But it is a truly fascinating subject. If you're going to do it, let me know on Messenger so I can bone up on it and come back because it's been a
Okay.
while.
Okay. So Eric and Riddler's already teamed up. We ain't even got a trivia night done yet.
Yes, Abigail Folgers. That's right. I get AKA Jenny. Terry Melcher. That's right. I get Sandy too.
Hey,
Doris
Sandy,
Day's
how are you?
son. Doris Day's son, Terry Melcher, lived there, and that's who they were
Okay.
going after.
Oh, okay. Was a mom who killed her
And
very
then
young.
there was a guy that
Oh, we
lived
lost
in a,
Riddler.
there was a guy that lived in a house behind him that he came up. He was like a caretaker, and he was sitting there somewhere in his car, and they unalived him as well. Just woke up, and I mean, they just walked up to him, and boom, that was it.
I want to say that was the same night as the Sharon Tate.
Yeah.
I want to say that was in the movie that I watched. Sandy from SpongeBob is all I know. Hey,
No, you
Sandy on
know way more than
SpongeBob.
that.
Sandy on SpongeBob was awesome.
Yeah. So, like, what we ought to do is, like, okay, tell everybody this is the subject we're going to do for the trivia night,
Mm-hmm.
and let everybody bone up on it a little bit, and then that would be fun.
But do we want to do it like on true crime?
I
I
don't
guess
know.
it
That's
wouldn't
up to
hurt.
you.
As long as, I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt because this is a true crime channel. As long as everybody's having fun with it.
Exactly.
And not.
I mean, and those who want to,
Yeah.
I mean, I would just put a trigger warning and say, hey, this is what we're going to talk about. And if this is going to
Yeah.
bother you, you should not watch it.
Yeah, I'll have to figure out some questions and make sure my answers are correct and all that. Waco is pretty. I actually, Eric, watched. There was something. Was it a 3-part thing about the Waco? What happened in Waco? I watched it not long ago.
That is a good one too.
See, it would be nice to veer away from true crime and trivia, honestly. Nora's grandma, I'll see if I can figure out something like maybe another subject also that
that'd be fun.
Would be good. I don't know what it would be. All I know is true crime, honestly.
That's me too. I'm like, I don't.
And maybe on, I don't know, geography, maybe.
Oh Lordy,
I'll
you
think
get
of
onto
something.
that one, Hen. I will just stay down in the chat. There's no way. I am directionally challenged.
Yeah, we'll figure something out. I mean, if we do the true crime, it won't be. I won't do anything that's too graphic. Just
no,
just
you don't.
Yeah, simple questions with simple answers.
Right.
See, that is the troll, which actually
Where's
triggered.
Riddler?
I don't know. He dropped down, and I threw I put the link back in the chat for him, but he hasn't came back up yet.
Yeah, I figured you could.
Yeah, Eric, that's what I heard. That Timothy McVeigh did he have something to do with Waco? Was he at the compound and all that in Waco or something?
Yeah, he was in the crowd up there.
Okay, yeah, that was
either that or was it Ruby Ridge?
I don't know. I remember seeing something about Ruby Ridge also.
I think it might have been Ruby Ridge he was up there for. Of course, I could be wrong.
Let's see if we're gonna do it on a weekly or even monthly basis. Maybe we could do a different subject. Yes, Nora. Yeah, we would. I wouldn't do true crime every time because, and that would people would burn out quick on that if we did true crime every single time.
That's true.
For 5-year-old. One juror matters. Was that recent?
You don't know about Gypsy Rose?
Oh no, I'm talking about the other one that he said. A jury in New York suburbs found Lacey Spears of Scottsville, Kentucky, guilty of second-degree murder in the death. Oh, last year. Okay. over a 5-year-old. He was in the ATF, the government, and he was selling books at Waco. Oh, okay.
How about all messages would be nice?
Oh yeah, you always got to make sure you're on live chat. For some reason, it
I thought I did it. I think it switches me back.
it does it does me like that. I can be on live chat, and if I don't pay attention, it will bump me back to top chat, and I don't even know that.
Yeah, you don't. It doesn't even let you
Yeah.
know.
Oh, I think I'm
Yeah,
getting
that's a
out of
really.
here.
Both Waco and Ruby Ridge are very interesting things.
Yeah, I remember whenever I was younger about the Waco thing or whatever, but never really paid a whole lot of attention to it until that 3-part, I guess 3-part series or whatever came out on it. And I can't even remember if I even watched the 3rd part of it. I did? Joel says I did.
Yeah, that David Koresh, man, he was wow.
Just
Are you talking
yeah.
about Waco, Texas? David
Yeah.
Koresh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Timothy McVeigh sat there and watched it.
Right. Well, didn't he go up? Did he go up to Ruby Ridge too and stand like out in the crowd there too?
I've heard that, but I cannot find it
I can't either.
anywhere. But I know he went to either Michigan or one of those places where they got those military camps.
Yeah. So, let me ask you a question since we're on this. Do you think what he did would really have blown up that building the way that it got blown up?
No, not with the explosives that were in the truck. No, because the Air Force
Yeah, I don't
reenacted it.
either.
The Air Force reenacted it, and they all they could do was just scratch the facade of the building. The
Right.
truck blew all up. But then they said, well, let's double it. And then later they tripled it, and they still couldn't do anything
Yeah.
because they were worried about, the general in the Air Force was worried about the buildings over in foreign countries getting hit, especially the Middle East.
Right.
So he wanted to see what can we do to make a building safer. But in that scenario, and it's called Noble Truth, if you watch that documentary,
Mm-hmm.
there's an officer in Oklahoma City. He's writing a ticket out to somebody, and he hears that explosion. He says, the heck with the ticket, and he goes straight there, and he's trying to get bodies out.
Yeah.
He's calling it in, and then he sees something. He sees a bomb. And now they got to bring a bomb squad in, and they're getting everybody away from the scene as much as possible. And so later he goes and talks about it. They told him to shut up. You're not supposed to be. We're not going to talk about this anymore. And the next thing you know, he's found, supposedly took his own life. But everybody's looking at, how can he take his own life in this condition that he's in right here when they find the body? But it's and according to the Noble Lie, most of the ATF officers were not in the building that day.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's,
So everybody needs to watch that documentary. But I believe he served in Desert Storm, Timothy McVeigh. And of course, he was found guilty, and he's the one, he got the life sentence, and he just says, I'm not staying here life. I want it to be the death
Yeah, and
penalty.
they put him to death, didn't they?
Yeah, they put him to death, and he stared down the jury. Well, not the jury, the observers.
Mm-hmm.
He stared them down, and he did something about a poem about I'm the captain of my soul.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But he that really teed him off about the Waco, because there was something about the tanks that rolled in.
Mm-hmm.
It was U.S. Army. Now, the National Guard can go in there, and I'll explain something. I forgot the name of the act, and I'll find that for you. But the federal military cannot go into a state and act, help, assist without the governor's permission.
Yeah, we can't use force against military force against our own citizens.
Well, even I'll give you an example. Hurricane Andrew hit Florida, South Florida, Homestead, and Florida City. I was activated then. I was in the National Guard at the time, the Air National Guard. So I go down. We were down there. The planes that the Air Force brought in had a park at Moody Air Force Base in Georgia. They can't cross that Florida line yet. And President Bush has got all this assistance coming in. Well, President Bush's son is going to run for governor of Florida. And the guy he's going to go up against is his opponent is Lawton Chiles. Lawton Chiles says, we don't need any help. We can fix this ourselves.
Yeah.
The Adjutant General of Florida says, you better get down here and look at this. I don't know how you're going to fix this. And when he came down there, he says, okay, we need help. Well, President Daddy Bush, he already sent all those planes back to Randolph or something like that Air Force Base up in, I think it's Illinois or Ohio. Anyway, that happened there. Same thing happened to George Bush and Katrina. They had the military waiting to go in. Louisiana's governor said no. I said, have you lost your mind?
Yeah, that guy was crazy.
Right. Well, it was the female governor.
I'm talking about the mayor.
Oh, the mayor, yeah. He got in big trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, okay, we got white milk and we got chocolate milk, and we got a chocolate town. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's not what got him in trouble. He got in trouble with the FBI, and I believe he's serving time now.
You know what I don't understand? I do not understand why they don't take those school buses that are sitting there and they're getting flooded. Why don't they take those school buses and go around and pick people up and get them out of there? And when does mandatory become if you feel like it?
Well, they can't make you, what mandatory means. I had to ask that question when I was activated. That just means police and fire don't have to respond to you now. That obligation has been lifted because they're not going to jeopardize their personnel to go out there. So there's a lot of places where they say it's mandatory evacuation, and there's people who still stay.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, are you crazy? I mean, they should take those buses if people don't have a way to get out, like if homeless or whatever don't have a way to get out. They should take all of those buses and load those people up so they can get out of there.
Well, see, the mayor got his family out plenty of time, and I think they went to Dallas.
Yeah, and it becomes a problem whenever they start doing the mandatory evacuations and people start leaving. Is where I live, and starting like on the, let's just say if a storm's coming towards New Orleans and all of those people down south leave, they go west to Texas, to Houston, up to Dallas, over to Shreveport, the northern part of Louisiana, and everywhere from Shreveport down to about Lake Charles. All of the hotels are completely full. And there's people that have to go up into Arkansas and all that to get away from it.
Well, when Floyd was off the coast of Florida, it was the largest civilian mobility ever in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And it took you about 15 hours or better just to get from Miami halfway up Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that just continued to pile up. There were people that lived in my town heading west on I-10, and they're going to go up in either Alabama or up in northern Georgia. And before they could get to this town called, this county called Baker County, which is like 2 counties over, it should only take you 45 minutes to get there. It was taking 6 hours. All the roads here were just jam-packed, and you could barely go to the store because all roads were just crowded everywhere. And it was just getting worse and worse. And now you're stuck here.
Yeah, that's how it is here too. Both Interstate 10, I-49, and a lot of, depending on where the storm's going to hit, I-20 is always packed.
But now we've had the military active duty help. We were at Chanute Air Force Base in Illinois. That's just outside of Champaign. A little girl was missing. and they asked for volunteers from the military base to come out and help. And a sailor, and I was Air Force, and it was an Air Force base, but we had all branches on the base. And a sailor found a little girl, but the town did not like military, the majority of the town. And there was places we couldn't go. It said no dogs, no military. And but in the paper the next day, it just says she was found. Didn't give credit to the Navy sailor who found her, this little girl that was missing. And then somewhere there was an avalanche where these snow skiers were, and an Air Force Reserve C-130 flew over that mountain, and they could pick up the phone pinging. He goes, that phone, and the guy was still, they think, was still alive, trying to make a phone call, but his battery, it's a real weak ping, but they were picking it up, and that's what that 130 plane did. So we got to start doing something different here, because during hurricane season, back when Irma hit here, my unit was in Poland. Why aren't they here? Why aren't they here? Because of the hurricane. That's what National Guard and Air National Guard is part of their job.
Right.
But the military has been sliced so hard, it barely exists, and we can't fight two battles now at once.
That is true. I'm hoping that the hurricane season, because it kicked off June the 1st, I'm hoping that it's not going to be a bad one this year.
Well, Louisiana and Florida has been hammered here lately.
Yeah, we've had enough. Like the Gulf Coast is really, they've had enough, honestly.
And to make things worse, they got this seaweed washing up on some of the Florida beaches.
I saw that.
And it's got that flesh-eating bacteria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, well, there goes tourist season.
Yep. So, I think I'm about to get out of here for the night. I did close the polls, both polls down. So 43% had voted for Monday nights, and then 45% voted for 10 p.m. So that's what we're going to do. We'll do the members only lives Monday at 10 p.m. Central Time. And we'll make that like a weekly thing, and then we'll come up with something to do for trivia nights.
Okay, well, it'll be fun, whatever you do.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Ladies, it's been a pleasure being on the panel, and once again, I always learn something new when I come into this channel.
Well, thank you for coming up.
So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yes. Thank you for letting me come up too. And I agree with everything he said. I always learn your brain is just, you're sharp, girl.
It's always working. It's always on an overload, honestly.
Yeah, well, wait till you're 61 and you try to pull up those files in your brain. It's like deleted.
Last night,
right now, deleted.
Last night after we got off, we closed down and got off. I guess it was about 4:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I went outside, and I was surprised how many people are walking their dogs at 4:30 in the morning.
Oh wow!
I miss all of that.
And I'm seeing people going left and right, and I said, I can't believe this many people's out walking their dogs this early in the morning. Most people get up around 6 or 7 and walk their dogs.
Right.
And I see this one guy. He looked like a shady character, so I stared him down good in case I got cross-examined. I got all his details, what color clothes he was wearing, how long his hair was, what kind of dog he had. This stuff's getting to me. Well, good night, Scarlett. Good night, Lady V.
Y'all both have a good night. Thanks for coming up.
Bye-bye.
All right, have a good night.
Love y'all.
Love you. Let's see. Jenny, I hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks for joining us. Tonka, you have a good night as well. King Scarlett, I hope you have a wonderful night. Let's see. Thank you. Jenny, you're very welcome. I normally lurk in the bushes. So, Jenny, we love having you in chat. Hopefully you'll join us again. Sally May, have a good night as well. So I'm gonna get out of here. I guess since the hearings tomorrow are not going to be live streamed, we will just have to wait for people like Bryan and all the other journalists to come out and let us know what happened. So I'm gonna get out of here for tonight. I love you all. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.